Alright, hello everybody, I am the player Phoenix. Shocking to see me here on early on Tuesday, well, simply because I had a day off for this week, so we're up a day off today, and I want to do a stream today. And of course we're doing Minecraft this time. Don't figure out what is different between this one and the ones I played. Really not much is Minecraft, but this one is on this one's called the old way. Why? Because this is on 1.7.10. Oh, it's older than 1.12. Oh, yeah. But 1.7.10 before 1.6.4 is where the most mods were having a great time. And why did I choose 1.10? Because most of the mods are there. And also is much more entertaining. Because what we have today, well, you're about to find out. I don't know why I went Southern, because I did so. But why it makes this different is because of this. Galacticraft is in this time to compare to Advanced Rocketry. I could win Advanced Rocketry, but I didn't want to. Galacticraft, but as you can tell, there's actually a bit much more chaotic. As you can tell. Why? That's because of many mods. Why? Because there's 2.0 versions of each of these things. I don't know why, but that's also because of the extra planets, mods, and more planets, add-ons, a bunch of stuff that adds 2.0s, which I plan to get rid of, but again, I don't know how. But ironically though, it's just interesting how this works. For solar, we got a bunch of 2.0s, which is basically all of my older other versions of 2.0s. It's one of certain mods. That's all I can say on that. But it's not just the Sol. We have actually other Galaxy for once in this game. We have Kepler, which doesn't exist. It's just there. Sirius, actually some serious stuff in here, but really it's not. Because one thing about Galacticraft, and that it should be between Galacticraft, is that there's actually not much to it. There's a bunch of places, but never fully developed. Why? Because one, it's a big mod, big ambition. Also because make sure there's no snake around me. There's still times for aggressiveness. We're still in the game, so beware of that. And also because of what the planets are. Some are good, some are meh, because you really can't do much about it. That's all I can say about that. But this was one of the big grandfathers of my spacecraft, and all line sides with other mods compared to example being going to like freaking Advanced Rocketry actually has more planets as progress. That's why I always prefer that, because it's much more depth. But again, we're playing the old way, and that's experiencing the old style of Minecraft with some mods that I tried to muck to get in here, but it was a bitch because 1.7.10 is not an easy one. But as you can tell, we have Tinkers. However, this Tinker is a bit different than what you saw in 1.12 because of change throughout time. It's very shocker, believe it or not. But one thing about this, though, it's still the same thing, but actually you get more books, and more books requires more stuff, and it's just a bunch of stuff like crazy. So it's a mix of a lot of shit for Minecraft for 1.7.10. I kind of want some bigger extreme mods, but again, the one downside of Galacticraft 1.7.10 is because of the frickin' less like the frickin' support on the frickin' ridiculous mods, and also as you can tell, there's a bit different and not enough items mod, but still the same thing. It's because of the simple things here. Because before it was actually many more items. It's just for modern ones there are just enough items, but this was actually not enough items. It's a bunch of stuff. Let's get some free bread. And it gets confusing. That's if you didn't pay attention to the terms of Minecraft's. Got a bunch of wheat though. And some torches, which I'm actually going to use. There's actually no shield too for this one, which is actually a shocker for many. But we get a free crafting table. Oh, yeah, I was gonna actually craft a table 3, but I think that's not even available for this. I ever take this turn to this though. Actually, nah, that's not muck with that. I'd rather not muck with that. The reason why I said that because there was another crafting table I could grab. It's much more cheating, but it's also much more impressive for what it does. Because you can make it to grindstone, make it to that. It's a bit much more iffy. But bread's actually quite hard now. This bread, it is by making it to flour somehow for some reason. That's why you get multiple, but it's actually done by flour. Do you have a bit of an issue here? Or converter. Like I said, 1.7.10 changes quite a bit of stuff, man. You're not joking on that, man. It's ooh, from the past, like literally. But also the reason why, because we also have witching bread, witching stuff, and rice bread too. Rice bread, same thing. So we actually can't use any of this shit. It's used to make grindstone with logistics. We're just used to using phosphorus gets bread for some reason. Like I said, it's not very efficient for what it does. It's just a bunch of stuff, so you really can't make bread until you get philosopher's stone. Which is their own little pain-ass thing. And villages are still a same thing except for agriculture. That guy's still not textured, but again, I can't complain about that. This is forestry. Or witchy. We really can't do much about it, but still we got more villages like crazy now. Than just a simple village. Which was its predecessor for adding anyways. Well, I guess we ain't carrots for anything like a rabbit today. That's always surprising. But agriculture mod changes a bunch of the flour. It's really not texturized in some extent. That's because of AgroCraft is not textured properly in its own way. So that's going to be untextured, but again, for 1.7.10 standards, I don't care. Besides, it was a pain in the ass to get this freaking mod pack, get these textures running anyways as well. That's because of freaking how old the freaking resource packs there are, and some things are not even valid much anymore. I only like simple stuff's not really much you can do. It's a bit of a rough start, believe it or not. But I want to do this because I want to play older versions of this one than what we have. Got some free torches back, and Railcraft's much more in depth with this one. I think I'm a crazy nutcase for doing it. Going back trying with the old because I want to. You gotta live to understand. You gotta understand the time when you're playing this Minecraft. So what we're heading to is like either some more structures or some weird random runes. So I try to add to make it more adventure. I try to add more. However, like I said, came to issue of IDs. One of the things for 1.7.10 as I realized when I was busy trying to make this pack. The IDs are not pleasant to be muckery around this time. And again, I'm sorry for those stutters. That I cannot. I cannot stop because like I said, this 7.10 is a bit older, but also less stable, but also gives us some free tinker stuff more compared to other stuff. But also more creatures are everywhere like crazy. Part of it's like more creatures issuing with freaking spawnage of entities. I wanted to add it because I wanted to add some life in this stream besides me just mucking around like a freaking nutcase. Like I said, it's just early development type of deal, but we got a free smeltery right at the gate. Compared to 1.12, you You have to actually have to make it. Never understood why you had to get rid of that. Never did, but well, here we are. You have a free smeltery right here. However, there's no things around it, but actually it's all the part. It's all the bricks we can just hijack. Those are annoying little birds. The LCK tile is actually a bit different because you don't have the consistent of the GWA talk this time. Either because the freaking change medicine, like I said, it is a freaking hell of hell. There's a goat. So that's what you look like, crazy. How are you much more textured than the freaking other end over there? No, he's still textured. One thing is problem is these big fuckers. With Malzy more creatures mods, it's a bit more laggy. I say that lightly because it's trying to load all the entities compared to everything, but also it's notorious for being buggy as hell. And to burn these fuckers, you have to go and burn them. And those are not easy to kill. They're more of an annoyance than anything. One thing is true though is that it's interesting enough. We're also one thing is more villages adds much more villages across the lands and makes it much more chaotic. I think this is also witching. But yeah, I had witching. It's actually I heard them up, but never played it. But it was actually a very loved mod back in the day before it was yanked for something different. So what you're seeing is like this is 7.10 standards. It's already getting dark already. Ahead. Yeah, textures and head textures are a bit issue. Oh my god. A bunch of cobwebs, what's this? Oh yeah. Days, quick snacks. Huh. Like I said, some of this stuff is somewhat new to me. I never really dove deep into this. Heads, not really more just like texture heads. That's the fact that's not gonna be fixed. Protection advance for chain hammer. Nice. We got another one. Upon how what am I making on that? Shrine less. Damn, we smell. Oh, weird. Part of me thinks these are like some little things that were much more. What's ironic? This glowstone right there is free glowstone right at the gate. But what I'm trying to say is more ironic here is that if you would take a guess to the older Minecraft days at your own free will, you'll find it's actually much more creative than what is like now updated and somewhat there now. I'm not judging it. It's hard not to because for trying to update repeat the mod, Minecraft was going to a phase of very boring and longevity, a long like boring phase in Minecraft's history right there at 1.12 days. And people were just not even bothering fixing any more stuff. Then when they changed it around to back when 1.13 was fixed for underwater and straight to pillage and plunder, and that came back around. But overall, it's just a meh. It's a very weird state of everything. I'll admit though, it's nice to have like some interesting like water pools in this area. That what impresses me. That's the free quartz here too. Why? Because actually I can hijack and make it to my modifiers. But I don't have any stuff with me. I could just break it down, turn it into a big X, but that's my mistake. I'm busy just waiting to pass the time around here. Everybody's just walking around like aimless, like a madman. But it's gonna be fun when we get back to Galacticraft. It's gonna be fun because I want to go into Galacticraft again. The difference between Advanced Rocketry and Galacticraft, it evolves around your preference and how bit complicated it is. Not very complicated, that's Advanced Rocketry, but it's actually much more in detail compared to Galacticraft. Because that's where we're just chilling here, not being attacked, thankfully. Galacticraft is actually a much more intensive exploring and all that. But one thing's a bit pain if you do extra planets or any of their asteroid stuff, you get this hellhole of like too many duplicate planets. That's because of some things you need to go into the config and literally goddamn fix to fix it through. Because here's our planet and the moon. It's an interesting time of history, especially where you're at. If you're watching like the Yogscast series when they're busy doing Moon Quest, that's how basically got me into this for all the years. Mars has the 2.0s. Like I said, you gotta go in between it and literally disable if you want it. It just gets a bit tedious and annoying. So that's why the current people are trying to bring back Galacticraft to the modern age. This gets a battle for them. I'm saying they're probably doing their best to do anything their best to make it possible, but it's a battle. It's a real battle to bring the Galacticraft, a big mod, to modern Minecraft. Because a couple of things went away. The site, the mod developer just went away. The original one just went away and did live stuff. And the site was eventually bought by someone, and then they finally got someone to get back. It was an interesting point of time. It's interesting what they currently are at. But if you're looking for like a modern approach, then compare how much detail this is, then add Astral for the modern Minecraft is your best option to experience the Galacticraft days of Minecraft, because it's the closest successor to Galacticraft for the modern age. But that's my opinion, just yapping about. But yeah, Jupiter's moons 2.0 Jupiter has 2 moons on axis. Like I said, this is annoying because it works, it does not work. It's like a bunch of weird shit debacle. That's really, and I want to fucking dive deep into the current state of anything. It's just a freaking hellhole. That's because also we're in like in the era of freaking like mods are just like freaking like everywhere, but also popular. But also, Minecraft engine at the time was not very stable because it's like a weird thing. But again, it just depends on you. Overall, it's exciting to come back into this. I'm quite excited to show you what this original mods can offer. Well, these are my particular tastes. I tried to add some much more legendary ones, but like I said, IDs were getting way out of hand, and you had to go to the config literally and break it through, or we're just gonna be a fucking hellhole. Creeper. I also add a bit more of a threat. I add special mobs again. This time 1.0 should be somewhat textured, not really. Somewhat textured. I say that lightly because none of these old mods are fully textured. This is like only like 1.7.10 texture. Some people do. Some people are still texturing them. But they are like in few, arranged few, to fully complete it. That's why it's always impressive and when people try to just admit to build these things. Oh, that's a freaking special skeleton over there. I don't know why there's those things there, but I rather didn't want to engage with those. What we got? Cooked steak. It's bread. It's going day, so there's that. This is a cookhouse, a cook area. I can also just hijack some of these little stones. Yeah, I don't want to get down. No, thank you. Also, I think some textures are fully texturized in this version. Oh yeah, that's another weird thing. I'm used to playing that much. Maybe they're just coloring here. Because mechanism is textured, some of it is, some of it's not. Again, it's 1.7.10, so some of it is there, some of it just looks odd. For sake of it, I'm taking some free glowstone on my vine, get my field set because I want to get that, because that saves me time. A whole bunch of time. And a bed too. Oh yeah, there actually was one bed this time. Believe it or not, there's actually one bed type. You had a diet too, which was funny. Because there is only one bed type of this version, and that's only one vendor. You can't mix and dye, so that was a shocker for people. But yeah, you can't really mix. There's only one bed type. That's why I'm so accustomed to it. Oh, free carrots, 4 carrots, and some free bread. Raw fish. I also got a free iron axe, so I'll take it. So we got a bunch of carrots like crazy, and we can actually grow our own stuff. That makes it quite a bit better. Alrighty, iron axe. Let's go and get some wood. There's 3 boots. And some potatoes. More bread, because bread's not going to be possible at all until we get phosphorus stone, if we can get farther, if we want to get farther in this mod pack. There's a little in here. But we're not planning to stay close, stay long in here. Into the village, because I want to move on. Because there's going to be a bunch more villages as we progress like crazy. That's a fact, because like I said, more villages adds more villages, but also makes them just redundant. I say that lightly. That's why I try to avoid those big mods like that, redundancy. Actual additions, though, is a nice change. Because actual additions actually does a bit more. But this is the old ways. Which is why I call it the old ways. I want to go into this immersive engineering place before I forget. Because I haven't done fully one in there. I have some for copper. And iron mechanics. Not very good. Okay, I want to go farther down. But yeah, you can't really get like that. 1.12 day, 1.10.10 days. I usually kept playing this a whole lot too. I think it's ridiculous. No, I kept playing these things. And one thing that's a bit annoying is that you can't get that. That's the one annoying little task about that in this day, in this era. Personally, I want to get this smelter because it takes time away, but also we need bricks, so I need some planks. I need to make stuff an axe. I want to because it's a free goddamn thing. Yeah, let's move on. I will get that smeltery back. Don't get me there, but I was gonna make a fucking waypoint. Why? Because there's no teleporting here. You have to do it by commands. As you can tell, Journey Map's a bit different than what you usually see I'm playing with, just because, like I said, it's older. This is an older version of this thing. These were people who were talking back in the day. But more villages means like more annoyance, but also more goddamn lag spike because they're trying to load all the entities in here. It also means more trades too. Personally, I think I just want to get rid of that. Ow. Just want to like scrap the freaking goddamn thing so bad at times. Alright. A little small shack. And the villager's gonna die. But yeah, you really cannot. Once you place these things, you can get them. Sometimes you don't. Oh, mining smelting. Oh wow, that's actually saves it quite a bit. Mining smelting. Begin our smeltery. Before it was like all in one book with Tinker's Construct, from aluminum to iron obsidian. You actually had to have multiple books for this. It's actually much more in depth, weirdly enough. But I guess I got that. I got me a smeltery. Witcheries. What we got? Witchery is another. Actually, I want to go witchery. Actually, I want to get this deck. I should give it into the right book. Sweet Jesus, I actually need that. Minerals and we have all the 3 books in our hands now. There's actually a 3rd one we can go nuts with, but. And here is the one we want, is mostly one, is this one, because it tells you how to make the tools and the modifiers you can get. Like I said, 1.12 actually made it more even. But also you can tell if you don't pay attention last time, but you can tell there's actually higher stuff here. There's more like ability, more like demand, like crazy stuff. Before though, like they only could do so much. There were some mods to try to blend in, but that's like for like later versions. But I think that's a small little village. That's a big village for us to muck with. But we don't need to go there because we just got everything. Because I got that. There's like no particular big thing. I just want to get rid of some of these things. So let's actually move on and start freaking doing stuff. Without me just aimlessly around the fucking desert like a freaking nutcase. So let's go and find a better spot. Also, one thing that's interesting, as you will see, weirdly enough, is that the world generation was actually a bit more different throughout the versions. And some were just very unique, and some were just not. Like for example, like this one's like different, and also, what's ironic? The older versions of like a Biome So Plenty were way better. And there's a tower. I don't know if I can break down that. I like to go down that tower. But yeah, personally think the early version of Biomes of Plain were much more better. This will kill you. This will kill you. Oh. Yeah, quicksand. Yeah, that's a bitch. That's a bitch in here. That's somewhat there, but not much anymore. It's a motherfucker. It's a dangerous motherfucker. But yeah, I also have Tree Capitator, which is before Vein Miner. I do have Orange Vein Miner too. That's for more mining reasons. But Tree Capitator was the first to do this. Was not the first, was one that became mainstream. These people wanted to add to their mod packs. But now there's a bunch of copies and bunch of copies and variants now. But like I said, you really need to look in depth on the freaking Minecraft mods in history. That's annoying. I have like a breath, which is ironically hearing that. Just telling you. At least we're getting some wood, though. That's what counts. We have 40 wood. Let's move on. There's a snake there. Bunch of birds here. There's a freaking goddamn tiger over there. Don't make some wax, but there's a duck being killed. Now it's getting dark again. There's a tower there. Near lava, huh? Oh, there's charged course right there. That's pretty good to get that. But we also have like no freaking shield, so we actually have no offhand. We gotta use it in our hand. it's an interesting history to come back down this. But you think I'm crazy for doing this, but you really need to understand how things mods came from what we know today, for current Minecraft. These guys were the predecessors and the big names that made modding community a strong piece of history, of Minecraft's history. Even though you think it's a bit clunky and all of that, clunky, like especially like what I was talking about with Galacticraft, even though it was clunky as hell, and how that looks, it was the most popular mod during the time, no matter what. One of them, but I say not all, because there was a much more many mods that were popular, like crazy. But you're talking about big names. Tinker's Construct was one of them. Before it was Project Red, it was actually called Red Power. That's a history of its own. Apparently, what people says about that history, that the mod developer just left the planet. I mean, just dropped face from the earth. Didn't want to do anything more of it. Then it was adapted to. Then it was up by Project Red, which is basically bringing back Red Power, and that guy's continuing on the freaking history of it. No matter that guy's continuing the history of that mod, even to modern Minecraft. That was one of them. But like I say, Galacticraft is one of the bigger names. Tinker's Construct is one of the big names. It's a fact. But into later versions, like modern iterations, it never really left 1.12 for years until it got to 1.18, and people were excited. However, how I saw it, I get what it's trying to change it up, but I personally didn't like it. I'm not complaining. I didn't like how it was, but also was much more organized compared to 1.7.10, as you can tell with this. 1.12 kept it in one book and was able to let other mods use the Tinker's Contract to make it more tools. Then with modern versions, it really just made it like... It really diluted from its original purpose. Then we go to More Creatures. Believe it or not, that's actually the earliest of mods that got a big name because of adding more creatures to Minecraft, but also adding horses. Then Notch added horses to the badge first. then it went all from there. And that guy left. That thing dropped it away. Then it was handed over to 1.12 and it stayed put entirely. Then it was adapted to new people, more creatures extend at trying to aim to fix the problems and keep it going. However, it never really left 1.12. And that's when came in. Well, that's actually a slime one. Is it green or blue? And that's when Alex Mods took its place. Oh yeah, Alex Mods, the big name, took its place into modern Minecrafts. But it was originally impressed by more creatures, eventually added, and just kept going on with the legacy from it. And this is actually a blue slime on this. We need this because it actually gives me good shit. Yeah, that's where we need to go here because it actually gives us good shit here. Oh, here actually has been spawning too already. Here's my thing. Why? Because it actually gives me some slime. Make some slime stuff. But oh, we got congealed purple slime. We need the blue slime. Yeah, but there's a little bit delay there. I don't think it never gets tired of these all freaking leg spikes from the old world. They really do. Never again ignore those. It's annoying. We really can't try to fix it no matter how much you try. There always will come back. Oh, there's a big boy. There's a big boy. There's a big boy. I need your slime. Come here. But yeah, there's actually a different. The combat system never really changed until 1.18. That's when the combat system changed and everybody didn't like it. But yeah, it's like I said, it's an interesting history that you need to learn. Come here, I need your slime. Why I need these guys slime? Because they're the freaking ones after I need. They're the popular slime compared to freaking green slime. These guys are these are good, are demand and durability. I was hoping to have a better island that has it, but no. Slimy dirt, but as you can tell, it's a bit different out there. I only got like 4. I mean, there's also this heart thing. What I gathered, that really, I don't know why, it just gives you extra. I don't know what it was about during the prime. Even tried understanding, I could never understand what was the point. I keep thinking I can just spam it. You can spam it here. It's weird coming back to that. Because I play so much of the modern one, I'm so accustomed to like the big swing. But before you can actually just spam the hell out of it and kill them. Besides, what we have is 7. We need a bunch of that. That's the problem with these two. But you can spawn these by getting like the water and use it to spawn them. You know, you can get these from these, but we need a blue one, but that doesn't exist much. We're in the water area too, so we can just fall down to our death. But yeah, weirdly enough, villagers can spawn in the water like that. Weirdly enough, I don't know why, but that was how it was. Like I said, early Minecraft days were something else. Compared to I keep complaining about the modern generation, you have no idea what you've seen, what you are missing, what you missed. As I actually pray that freaking like 1.12 had like the better generation model. I mean, compared to I played 1.20, it's like all missile, it's all freaking like a hell mess. But I got me slime on, I got me slime nose. I can make a slime boots. I think I can make still, unless they got rid of this version. I am not sure. But I think I can make slime boots in this version. Nope. Not at all. I was not even meant to like 1.12 days. So I can tell you. I gotta remember what was like here, because that's the reason why. On we go. Woo! Let's go pay this Washington village a visit. Why is there there's archers in the tower there? Huh. Wait, those are more villagers. So there gonna be some witchery. There's like some deviation, but witchery was like adds a bit more stuff to it. Another smelter. It tempts me, but I don't have an axe with me. I can go enough and just hijack this and get this for my own. But like I said, generation here is so freaking weird. It also made it much more enjoyable. But very early ones made it much more unique. But that's when you have to go to have your own history on that. It's not easy. But as you can see right into another village, like I said, more villages is nice, but it's redundant. Into your exploration, because there's already village after village after village. It's redundant. Well, that's more of a ruin than anything, because we just got to spawn a castle in. Because now we're into a savannah. But as you can tell, there's actually a much more variation. It makes it more unique, to tell you the truth, but it also makes it very chaotic. It's actually a castle? What the hell? What the? Okay. I always wanted to do this in my Minecraft. I tried doing this, but what the hell? The bear is dying. This really is a freaking castle in a village. What the hell? Is there one? Oh, there's supposed to be another village. I'm seeing it right now from the map. That's supposed to be into a castle as well, but that failed miserably. Like I said, this generation is freaking whack. And you tell me freaking my Minecraft is much more worse. Nope, you have not seen it. You have not experienced it. First thing is I should get rid of more villagers later next time. And when if I do post an update, I'm probably get rid of it. Another smeltery. But yeah, if I want to go and freaking mine all the smeltery parts, I'll have a free smeltery right at the gate right now. But I don't have any pickaxe with me. I can make a woman and start mining, but it'll take forever. But that'll be all over that like crazy. To have stuff to make grout. You see why it's a bit redundant and also a bit of annoying? What is this hell? This is a dungeon. Mostly it's a guard for witchery. Like I said, witchery was an interesting mod. I never fully went depth with it at all. Huh. Weird. Just exploring to hit past that history a long time ago, long lost. Anywho, let's try to find some tools. Cause I need a goddamn. Oh, now I can take the hammer. Yeah, like I said, it's a bit of weird, but now I got the hammer. Why is there a bear? Aluminum. You have a shader corius. Don't intermix traditions. Oh, steel. Yes, steel. Actually can make tools with steel. Free steel. Aluminum and copper. The apothecary. They're like some of these little small details in some of these mods. If you look in depth of them, were always fascinating. Well, we got more steel. Oh yeah, boy, and black quartz too. Guess I'll go ahead to get those sticks. Actually, can make some tools. That means I'm taking that frickin' smeltery. Cause I'm taking that boy with me. For once, I can start making our smeltery properly. Saves me a bunch of time. I have a bunch of carrots. I just realized that. At least will give me some food though. Rice was also a nice way to eat food with rice. Rice can also make you some string too. That was also in 1.12, not in 1.7. So yeah. That's Jesus, that bear is halved. Why? Because like I said, I'm using the textures of a somewhat relatively older version of it, and that's why it was not particularly made for this version. That's why that guy looks like so freaking janky as hell and creepy. Because if I would have got for 1.12, it'll be much more stable. There's a freaking creeper in the freaking village there, in the freaking house. There's a creeper in the base. La 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 la. There's no tone. No one will ever understand that. And look, there's like some like monsters running down the freaking catacombs. And let's make our tools. There's a creeper in the base. La 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 la. I've ever seen steel. Yeah, railcraft and steel don't get along. Like so, gets a bit more challenging, but still steel. Of course, I can't use steel like that. I could. I don't use why I'm not using it. Otherwise, I'm becoming a tool. We're probably using treated sticks, probably. For all I don't know. Let's see. It's probably just be the treated. Yep, those treated sticks. Which sucks. Well, those are used to make all immersive tiers before we can normally sticks. You see the reason why? It's a bit of a chaotic thing. There's really not much we use of for treated sticks compared to what we did for 1.12. Well, there'll be more to it. Like I said, it's Yeah, I guess I have a new steel axe. Get my iron axe. 250 because I have 5 more durability. And I think we have ourselves a sword. Hey, I got some steel toolery. Yeah. I'm gonna keep it making our steel axe later. You're just sticks though. Yeah, 3 steels and get shit! Ah, you son of a motherfucker! Oh, sapper ore. I used to make gunpowder. Yeah. I got some free wood from that. Bastard. Took my freaking chest. Took my thing away, you bastard. Yeah, creepers are a bit more dangerous. bit more dangerous. Anyways, move on. There's the Enderman. I got steel saw, steel picks. Actually, start mining the smeltery with me from them, because that will give us so much a boost right away. Come to Papa. I'm gonna need you. A little bit glitchy there. Well, I took 57 out of that. Yeesh. Huh, okay. How much more I'm gaining from that? Just curious now. I think it's pretty glitchy out. Like I said, it's very glitchy. But yeah, I got a free goddamn 104 freaking stack of freaking smeltery. I'm not complaining. Trying to catch up. Jesus. Yeah, not muck with that more because there's glitching some motherfucker. Oh, there goes that smeltery. See my steel pick. There's why I'm keeping my steel pickaxe not using all the way. I think I just got a bunch of freaking seared bricks and still here. Yep, it's a good boy. Let's move on. That process, I think I'm stuck to tinks. Basically, yep. Trying to catch up. Oh, love the old freaking pain in the ass way, but I still got free freaking stack. I'm not complaining. Let's get out of here. I didn't waste more of my pickaxe like that, but again, I did anyways. I used to give myself another stack of seared, and it will be definitely good to make a smelter. Let's get out of here. Got palm wood. I used to go nuts on the oak leaves, but no one's taking Savannah. I was adding Mystical Craft in here. Mystical Craft's another old mod that got more very interesting. It also made more fun and dangerous in the same way. Like you just spam and kick him like this. Why is there a witch here? Oh, we got raw beef for leather. A coven witch. Oh yeah, they're not even freaking against you. Yeah. It's weird seeing that. I tell you. Why? This is where I actually... Now, this was I going to explain. In 1.7.10 days, a bit earlier of Tinker's Construct, you didn't have to always make your stuff. If you went to the freaking, like, village, as you can see we got the smeltery from, you can also get this stuff free. And also free patterns. But also multiple patterns like crazy. But what made it much more unique is this. You literally got free stuff for finding these things in these villages. We have a slime pan, we have a slime binding. We have a copper axe head. We have an iron wide guard. We have a slime wide guard. You get the idea. We had all those stuff free in the early days of 1.12, of like 1.7.10 days before it was overwritten for 1.12.2. Was differently created by a different developer and made it much more more intertwinable. So, meaning we can actually just hijack all this and don't have to make any tinker tools, all the parts for it, which I'm gonna do. But yeah, like so you can actually go and raid the villages like crazy. Parts maybe I just want to make these guards, but still I'll take you get some parts like binding like stuff crazy. I'll take the binding. obsidian guard and a wide guard. I think we need. What can we get? Can we make that? That's the wrong one. We need the tools one. We need tools. Broadsword gives us wide guard. Longsword needs a hand guard. And if you pay attention, like obsidian, you actually get like freaking like balance if you pay attention. But yeah, hand guard is useful for longsword if you want a longsword. And a free goddamn iron blade too if you want to go that route. Flint blade, which we could make. We just can put it together. We just need to make a tool rod. I could make that right now, but I don't want to. But yeah, I can literally hijack all of that stuff and get all this free in 1.7.10. Alright, more aluminum. More treated sticks. We don't do shit. Carrot seeds. We have lead. There's another dungeon. I don't understand why there's like a dungeon. Or 4 iron if you want to get 4 iron. Well, why is there like a freaking like a dungeon where there's like literally a witch walking around the city? As you can tell. Well, we got all the Tinker's tools. Is there anything else up here? Besides the wiring pan, we got everything we need from the Tinker's side of things, really. I think we're all done here. Let's move on. Now we got more of a hill. Savannah Plateaus. I do want to go back to that village and freaking hijack this seared stuff so bad to give us another stack. I want another stack so bad. Take some of that with me. Like the coal, we also need to make some stone gear stuff, so. There's copper, but I don't want to mine copper right now. I want to get some stone. There's an ostrich. Well, it's weird not having it in your side hand much anymore because of that. And there's bauxite, which turns into aluminum. But as you can tell, it's a bit different. And dark as fuck as hell. I'll take some more coal, because we're going to need that anyways. But yeah, so it's weird having that in your side hand, isn't it? Those people are freaking pain has to slam the water here too. Let's go up. Ow. Stop hurting myself like crazy, but I really can't. We're just walking down this cavern riverway. just to get out of here. Look, there's a tropical rainforest ahead. Oh yeah, tropical craft in here. Tropical craft while it just Why? Because well, it's not. It's because I want to. Tropical craft is just a simple mod as a tropical area. Change the dimension. I tried to make an entire base in that tropical place one time. Got far, but not far, really far. It was funny. But to get the tropical craft, you need a pina colada. Pina colada is by going around and finding some parts to make a pina colada. When you do, then you need to sit down in a long chair, and when it hits sunlight, you drink it, and while you're in the tropical dimension. That never changed. So you run with a savannah, or go run with a rainforest? There's a nice sneaky sneak. I think this is mahogany. I think it's mahogany. Be a good place to go. It's mahogany. Yep, mahogany is like a purple, like a pink, purplish tint. Maybe a good place to be settling down there. It's getting dark again. Parchment doesn't even want to be bothered near goddamn Newt's tree and swine because they're a pain in the ass. And no matter what, if you say you're running like a survival island by yourself with Malazzi creatures installed, no matter what, you're gonna get them installed. Creatures will spawn randomly. They will spawn no matter what. And that's a bit of an issue with the big ones. Was an issue. I say that was an issue, not really. But, oh, chunk load issue. Nice. Like I said, it's trying to load in all the chunks. Like you said, it's like it's a bit of a chaotic mess. There you go. Like I said, it's not gonna be instant at all. To take them to load, even on freaking powerful like computers in the old versions, there are nights that are not very suitable or stabled. As I like many big mods never left their areas because of rewriting the code over and over again to fit into the modern Minecraft. It's like some mods are abandoned. That's a canyon. We're gonna just put a mahogany base around here. It's not that bad. Just being a forest of mahogany. Well, go away, you fuck. Yeah, go back around. You don't want to keep going explore around the forest or go around the canyon. Looks like they finished processing. That's why. Or just go straight to back in the desert like a freaking madman. I always spawn with these fucking deserts. It's a freaking pain in the ass no matter what. But the more we process, the more time goes by and we don't get shit done. I try to avoid this so much. But I also need more of these fuckers. Leather. Why I need their leather? That's simple, because I need for Mystical Craft. And their leather is needed. It's been like freaking ages since I've been like remember how to do it right. It's not that far off. I can still do it. Let's see. We got 7 leather out of getting any of the beef because the enter was full of shit. A freaking 13 beef. There's another slime on approaching us. That'd be good for us. Okay. I don't be near that boar, because those fuckers will kill you. Another slime island. Let's pay a visit, because I... Ooh, hi, hi! Give me your letter. I was behind a tree. Ooh. Solid XP. Solid XP was a fun little thing. Still, no one's giving me more letter. Really, I want to get more letter out of you, batch. You bastards. Is that witchery? Volt's engine. I gotta check something, because that's another thing I gotta look for. Darn it, Volts, the mod pack. Can't really go to Volt's engine, really. Because I was hoping to find that so I actually don't have to worry about texturing, but no, not for that version. Volt's engine is part of one of the mod predecessor mods of a mod pack, but it's also part of like the freaking mod packs I have, so that one's gonna be off texture no matter what. Jesus. Bringing down this entire place down. Let's travel around the side. Let's see what we got. I do want to go to the slime island. What does this slime have for us today? More purple slime. Why? We got more purple slime. We got a stack of it. We need a blue slime island block. But that, well, that's not going to be easy said and done because it's an older version of this. Well, it's not easy. But use a purple, this one is just a block. Like I said, it's just a congealed slime, purple slime doesn't do shit. So why do I have it? Because it makes a slime channel. Bounce pad. Like I said, it's just really not much you gotta do with this. Why I have a stack of it in my hands? Because I do. Because that was changed. Because that was changed like I said to area. These guys wouldn't even get that purple slime. Before I even look in depth in that, I'm in a blue slime area, so they're gonna keep on spawning no matter what. So I shouldn't even bother to get the purple congealed slime because there really is nothing to it in this version at all. The only decent one you get is freaking blue slime and freaking regular slime. Nope, I mean tinkers. Tinkers. This Tinker's construct is a only. There's one thing, an issue. Compared to just enough and not enough, they're different things, but also how you type is the pain part. It's like a weird across. I'm trying to remember, but no, we gotta stick with what we got. Alrighty. This is all you can make of tinkers right now. You can make copper, you can make bronze, alumite, steel, silver, large. Like I said, it doesn't tell you what you can make. You gotta figure out yourself. That's the problem with the original one was about. You really cannot know what you're doing until you find it yourself. What I'm looking for is slime crystals. Because I only found one is Silky Jewel and Slime Crystal, and we can make two versions of it. Because the only problem we have is Night Slime Obsidian, which is not even good. Alumite's actually what's the best one you can get much out of that. Pig iron, aluminum, copper. Because there is the blue crystal, slime crystal. So yeah, 3 is junk. For original Tinkers. Tinker's weaponry. Name was of the Tinker, Diary of the Tinker. Basically you got the 3 books right here. Tinker's, Diary, and Weaponry. Weaponry, I think you just basically gotta find. Basically, it's by making another one. Oh, big boy. So if I just want to make a bounce slime, I could just use this, but really overall it's junk. You see, make a lava crystal one. That's like the second highest one you can make, but it's by fire charging and a bunch of freaking blaze rods like a freaking nutcase. If the slime crystal is by sliming mud, or by smelting it. As we will look, it's like the leaders. Because slime crystal is used to make, by sliming mud, it's basically smelted down to that to get your slime crystal. Oh, we got a bunch of slimes today now. Come on, I want them all. I want all the slimes. I want all the slime you get me. That's why I'm chilling here. You wanna fly him? Oh, there you are. Alright, I think that's enough. We'll give the purple slime. It's really junk to us now. It really is junk. Because we got the slime saplings, we got the slime, so we're actually good. Now let's get out of here. Off this island. We got 17, which is not that bad, but not enough. But oh, time to go on. Woo! Alrighty, let's move on. Let's go and find a place to start building. But where we're gonna build our freaking space program, we'll try to. I say try, because there's a pine one right there, because the companion is very high, like freaking hell. I should have done that, should have added airships in here. I should add airships. There's a bear have caked again. Mahogany. I want to stay away from the boar, because those fuckers, do you think they're not? Oh, they're hostile. They're fucking hostile. And they will cause a mockery. A lioness. I don't want to muck with those lions. We have hard dirt for a canyon. I'm near to a bamboo forest there. Pine wood. But one thing I'll tell though, later on versions they have more biomes, but I think the generation worked better with these biomes early stages. That's my opinion. Because now we're in a bamboo forest near a canyon. Savannah's looking to be nicer to build, so you don't worry about those ints, but eh. Or at least I'm just to go and build, like, if we're going back to the freaking mahogany area and build from there. Or go from there, like a weird side of it. One or two. One thing I always hated every single time, though, I always spawn by deserts. But one time I don't need to be by desert, I don't, and I need a desert, and it's like fucking ages far away. It just sucks. Mm-hmm. I personally think it should be fun. Sometimes I still even bother attack you, sometimes they do. There's an ant over there. I think that's a tree hut, that's a witching hut over there. As you can tell, the reason why I'm trying to avoid not to spawn near any big forests is because I get those giant fuckers. And those fuckers don't die easy. Ironic. Oh yeah! You would think you'd be freaking attacking me. No. Not yet, at least on this version. Maybe I was like higher a bit right in here now. It's like, oh, another tinker shop! Yay! That means we're not in another small village. Another tinker shop, thank you. Supposed to be a bookstore. Oh, there's distillery. You want to go down to witchery, you want to go down that path, but that's like a pain in the ass thing to do anyways. I may want to look into this one point way or another, but it's going to be, I think there's a biome, so it's nothing you can find. What do you have here? Obsidian axe head. We have a chisel head. We have a bronze. We have a bone, cross, and chisel head. We have an iron guard. We have a pickaxe head. Not very good. Well, you can get all these stuffs in here from these times, but again, you gotta get lucky to find it right. But for us, we are not gonna stay much longer. I don't want to be near these fucking ints, because they will be fucking making a mockery. You're gonna have to burn them some point or another. So that's basically going back over there. About to go look. But yeah, like I said, the early Minecraft mods here were very much more, very detailed. What do you think? What do you think? Back to a mahogany for rainforest. Depends if I want to go back around. It really does, because I want to stay away from the imps, but again, I'll cause imps staying to good planes, but again, really can't find any good biomes in that our current generation. Besides basically going around like endless maniac. I'm right next to a fucking creeper. Jeez. Near lions and a mahogany, a small little thing. Oh, Scott! We got shot by the fucker. I found our village right there already. Huh. You tell right, it's very redundant. I think you're just living in the freaking goddamn fucking ruins they're freaking structuring right now. Jesus. That's an old abandoned place over there. Yeah, it was on the water village. Huh. Wow. Oh, actually, there's a thing over there. Actually, we need to go. I think I need to make a fucking boat. Just right. And if there's like only one single boat, like no freaking wood variants of it at all. Let's go look at this village here. And I think we're gonna settle down somewhere. Maybe around this area. As you tell, it's a bit different. Yeah, and also that's one thing. You crash the boat, it breaks. That's what happens with that. And what the heck can give me? So yeah, you're driving like a freaking nutcase. If you break it. What are the downsides of that? Why the fucking landmines? Yeah. Cause I got myself freaking a goddamn thing though. I thought it was gonna be getting annoying. Yeah, I tried to lower in the freaking burial wall. It failed miserably. Huh. There's another smeltery over there. I want to get this smeltery. Let's go hijack this some more. We're good for smeltery for a long time now. And after we'll go and find ways to do so. And I'll take that. There we go. That's right, the stack. Now we're talking. Yep, now we're talking. Hurt the pickaxe, but that's why I kept those pickaxes for a reason. Now we got roughly enough to make a good smeltery. Now it's time to find a place to get out and also not fuck around with, because we're fucking around too many times, because it's fucking how it is here. So, we're gonna go look at the island over there, and I think we'll go and find a place to settle. We start building upon it, because we're just busy doing all we got here. We got the smeltery parts though, but we need to still make the blocks. I think if the tower's trying to load in there, there's a bit of issue there. I got the blocks. I need to make the parts. I still need to get some grout. The sheep got burnt. It's an obsidian crash or something here. Sometimes generation like this is just random. I don't know if some things are. It's free obsidian though. But I think we can mine with our steel pick anyways. This is netherrack right there. Yeah, that's one weird off thing that you really cannot place on grass. Bit odd. Okay. So let's look over there and see what we can get. If not, we're very going to chill at this little rainforest island. Or the savannah. There's another boat or another village across again. Wow, these are just a bad biome in my freaking biomes like crazy. Yeah, boy, oy. If you want to build something, we gotta face the ends no matter what. So, we're gonna explore a bit of this desert over here. If it leads something better, then we'll call a goal and make a spot. But overall, not really. I hate doing this so many times because one, it's freaking like we're like going around endlessly around, trying to not find anything for it. It's something. To say at least, it's something. There's more of a desert than any means, really. There's a freaking inn walking around that area. Very good place to build, though, but I don't like watching those inns, but I might have to build it anyways. There's a basalt area. I can architect to most of the deadest place ever around here. Jesus. That's a wasteland over there. Sheesh. Here we get more palm wood or something. There's another bear that's half freaking textured. You're trying to walk into a wasteland. That's just next to make it made its home. But as you can tell, like I said, a bunch of villages are going to spring anywhere. I was fucking walking there straight from the snake. Jesus. Are you bug off? God. This snake infested area. Oh, we got actually some iron boots. We actually have a nuclear craft tough bow. Well, that's interesting. I have that. We don't need arrows. We got another steel axe. That's good for there. I'll take the free 10 coal, but that's that's coal. Okay, that's news for mercenary. They're dark steel, which we could use dark steel to make us some interesting stuff. Those are very nice tools too. We have redstone alloy of electric steel. Actually, steel is mostly a bunch made of Ender IO. Conductive iron. Like I said, it's a bunch of things. Dark steel is used to make an art tool. We want to get another one out of that. Yeah, I could make some a better pickaxe, means like that. I think we might do it anyways, so might as well shove the steel over there. Tough alloy wood. Let's see if there's be another tinker spot. Unlikely. Which are so small and everywhere like crazy. It's freaking madness. There's another guard tower. I think there's witch hunters. I swear to God, I think that's what they are. Just witch hunters. Also, you gotta be careful if you get close to those bees, they can actually sting you. Weirdly enough. There's a palm tree over there again. So I'm explaining the waste we just found in our village there. There's also a way up near is an oasis. I guess we're gonna chill at the oasis then. I don't like the idea, but I might as well. It's like the only fucking decent place around here besides getting palm wood. No, we're actually near a better area. I think more jungle. Oh yeah, there's a luscious area. Well, it's better than a freaking wasteland. Well, I guess we're doing sparse jungle then. Yeah. Alright, guys, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry for that all the way. Guys, I'm back now. Had to do some meetings around here. Alright, let's go get a place set up and at least can show what we're doing in here. Just let's go by and wait our time away before because I got some stuff to do. Want to get done by some of this stuff. No, stay away from you bastard goats. I gave my fucking curse to you. Oh, in our river. We are in a ectoplasmic forest, huh? There's another village right there, or building of a village, which does not surprise me. Like I said, the village is nice, but it's very redundant and very blah. I think that's just a ruined structure. That's fine with me. I'll take it. Better than what I'm fucking dealing with. So you have a plateau of plains over there. Like hill plains. It's not that bad. There's a mountain. What's in here? Just a ruined thing. This makes it more interesting. No, but I think we can use it. Alright, so before we go into this forest, I like this forest idea. I gotta see what's over there. It's a spruce taiga. Actually, I would deal with deers, and there's an oak area over there with some plains over there. There is some like a weird gill building structure ruined over there. Generated. Not question that. And there is more of a forest here. What the fuck? A forest here. And near a plains biome that's also gonna be covered by ints because they're all over there. I like that spot, but I don't want to deal with the fuckers. So just cause more entities later on. But we have to. And it is right. We are really just like fucking around Emily like a fucking nutcase. Just gotta find something to build. Because either way, they're gonna spawn no matter what. I prefer to have less. I prefer to have it like less repetitive, more freaking tolerable. Ow! Why does it hurt? Why does it hurt like that? Because it does. So that's what we can build in this small time. Not much. Well, we could. We got the parts for a smelter. We didn't make much progress, and we're near like a small edge of this thing already. There's some tall spruce trees to be nice, but again, not really gonna do much on that. So we're actually gonna go to the plains and claim it and go from there. Because it's getting an annoyance, and I wanted to get some stuff done. I don't want to keep wandering around aimlessly like a dumbass. Because it's about to be 2 hours of me just wandering around like a dumbass. At least make some strides for fuck's sake. We got a smeltery, but we need parts. Parts, not that bad. We got all the main parts on. That saves us a bunch of grout. We're near a desert, so it actually makes it much easier to get some sand and also parts from Aqua Buildcraft. I don't understand why they're structured randomly there. I don't know why. Yeah, because it is. Show. I hear a freaking bug, and the village just spawned there too. Yeah, well, it's not that bad. We got our smelter to hijack, which I'll take. Because we got a bunch of seared stuff, and it's actually trying to buy a wool. See, at times I think Generation is just biting you there, but there's a village there. Down there's actually a building across from there. And we're not that far from other villages. We are near a tree, so actually it'd be a perfect spot to go. Let's go into the village and see if we can hijack some more shit. Especially more of the seared brick. And we can go on from there. One thing I do like in this witchery aspect. I really like this. But again, it could be the mole villagers, but I know it's not because those freaking guys are watching. Or whatever this is. This is interesting, but it feels like it's annoying, but it's awesome. How many more screens we got? We got 4 casting tables. We don't need more. We don't need more. We just need 2. Really, we don't need more than that. But I take a block with me, because one gives me a bunch of stacks, and we are good forever. Too bad I kind of freaking scrap it down into blocks, so it'll save us a bunch of time. But we got that. My pickaxe is about to go. It's half there. Right, check all the blocks. Let's go. Dude! Ah, fuck. Ugh. What we got here? Bronze chest plate. We have nothing on there but leggings. That's my leggings. And we're just basic 3 advanced. We got protection 2 and leggings, which is just of light. Eh. You have more electric steel. Leggings. Actually, give me some. Give me some bronze stuff down there. I'll give you a bronze chest plate then. Give me a dark steel and perhaps dark 2 steel. Alrighty. We're near a volcano too. That means we get some nice basalt. Nice. Near us, also slime island as well. I was probably nothing much on it because one is probably not even nothing on it. Because in this one, really can't expect much. You have more aluminum. If there was a tinker spot, it'd make it more worthwhile, but no. It's not. The volcano's there, erupting, just going over there. I'm busy trying to get this on view of this goddamn slime island. Because if it's just what I think it is, which it most likely is, what I see is going to be like, because that's how we get our slime. There's no particular slime island blocks compared to 1.12. We are stuck with what we got. Alrighty then. Let's go and find a place. Ow, stop hurting myself with a cactus. And start building our base. Or at least our home. It's going to take a while before we get into that part, but hey, it's a place, it's a place. We're near a village for trading, we want to. We are near a forest to get some more wood. We're near a desert. We're doing wondrous. Like that's a gigantic hay villager right there randomly. But I think we're ready to start building our shit. There's a boar over there. Let's see what this island offers. And we can have a great time. Lions. What's expected of that? There's another village on the water again. I think I'm gonna get rid of that mod. That's causing just some random shit. There's gonna cause some very issues with this world if we do that. That's gonna suck. But we got enough smeltery stuff. But as you can tell, I think I'm going to get rid of this mod entirely because it's causing so much. It's just being redundant. So up for our island here. I think we're still next to the village. I want to have this spot. But I think we're going to chill by the sand dune area. Look over the hill over there. So we go here. We go over that building over there. Alrighty, so this will be the new place. I'm gonna start building. Yeah, I'm gonna start building, put our shit down, and we'll be all good to good. Set. Probably not, but still. Stone. Alright. So you have access to the casings. Because one thing with this, if you have this near, is all linked to one. However, it's not easily seen because of it. It's just how it is. So we got a bunch of shovels. We can rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of some axes. We don't need too many of those. We have 1, One in particular here. Full guards, knife blade, wide board. We have hand guards. We're gonna need to do them anyways. The chisel head too. Because we need to make the stencils, so basically split from blocks to blocks. You get the idea. Then we do so from that. It's a weird process, but again, that's how this fucking thing works. Or at least I could have, but I'll give you also one single line too. That's gonna be mucking my ass too. But I doubt it. It depends how it's viewed. That was the one annoying about that, but again, it comes one later anyways. Okay, get some of the seeds out. Bunch of seeds. Bunch of seeds of random shit here. Some is because of freaking goddamn actual additions, but that's the whole thing. But ironically, that's how you get your seeds from, is by carrot seeds. It's freaking annoying. But hey, agriculture changes a lot of it, which I actually find it more interesting, makes it much more genuine. Why is there the half bear near me again? Gotta fuck off. I don't want to be near the half bear. That's why I figured it's not that simple to make stuff, that's why. Bunch of string though, randomly, but that's nice to get some flax around here. Bedoin, some of that. Industrial hemp we're gonna need. I wanna kill this bear, because it's fucking in my way. I don't wanna look at his fucking ugly mug, because it's fucking horrible. So I don't look at that frickin' goddamn bear, cause that looks like just an ugly fucker. He's an ugly mug. He's an ugly boy. Only a mother bear's gonna love him. Alrighty. It's gonna suck that a bunch of fiends gonna need some seeds. It's gonna suck. And we'll go, I guess we're gonna build out a palm tree because we're near Oasis. And we can't do much about it because we're near Oasis Oak. It's gonna look weird. Well, we're not that far from Oasis, but again, it's gonna be hiking. Palmwood. Ugh, fine. How you doing? I just saw that, my bad. I don't have the notification I've been triggered, but I saw that. Welcome. Ow, hurt my fucking feet. I'm doing well. Doing well. Just building this crazy thing. Just a little palm hut. Palm hut. Oh, Jesus, there is a palm hut. Yeah. That way or the route? I think I want to go the other way. On the other way route. Alrighty. Now we need to go into a thing. Thanks for the follow, too. I need to go and show some deforestation. Speaking of which, why do you have that freaking mark there anymore now since I've freaking found more villages? Well, unless I want to make it quick travel, it may not be that bad. Turn that off. We don't need it on. Alright, deal with the boars. Blah! Freaking boars. I don't like the boars. It's gonna be crazy. Okay, which one he's gonna do so? Let's at least go because I don't want to deal with these mothers. Let's get some wood. The more I realize, the harder everything's gonna get with this. Huh. Ah, yes, that's why I freaking figured, you motherfucker. I keep telling you, if you have that, fucking divorce will kill you. They're not fucking friendly. They're not friendly. Here's ass. What sucks with... Jesus Christ, forgot about how freaking annoying that zebra is. One thing's a bit painful with Tree Capitator, doesn't give you much of the freaking saplings. I need the saplings. You bastard. Also, the freaking deer is much more weirder. Ugh. I can never get tired of those motherfuckers. They're bleh. Or at least that freaking bird died to what? Died to a bear. That friggin' jank bear. It's gonna get annoying, but at least we have better for farming, but it's gonna be annoying as hell. At least hope we get a smelter rebuilt. Then we can start doing some. We got parts to make the smelter. We need to make some grout. Now we need to go and find some alumite. Ugh. Yeah, I could go mine obsidian, but we need the right pickaxe to mine obsidian. Ugh, fucker. The old 1.7 days of Minecraft is something different. That's a fact. I only got like 33 out of that. Jesus. I'll be more than that. Apparently not enough. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, let's get a freaking shelter. Right, those fucking things work like that. Let's get us have a freaking shelter and don't deal with these crazy things. Ugh. Try not to be so repetitive, but I always be repetitive. Guess what? That's what I want to build. They also have carpenter blocks now, so actually makes much more interesting builds. Sometimes I just choose what to build and I get what I get. I get the weirdest fucking shit. So fucking make it like that then. As you can tell, I was a bit anal. I'm trying to make it simple like that. I get this. I get the weirdest shack of all. I get this shit. Oh, it sucks. Oh yeah. One thing that's also interesting, you actually need to do it. You don't get 3 at the gate. You need to make 2. I play too much fucking. I play too much of the freaking old days. I keep forgetting that's how it was back in the day. Yeah, that's how I'm telling you. As I'm telling you how things are. This is how it was. It's not that simple as you think compared to 1.12. Because 1.12 though, 1.12 is 1.12. Even when you go into the past, oh boy, you're up in the wrong tree there. And of course, I want to go with a freaking palm wood. If I would rather do that, I want to, but I guess I'm going to. That means I'm gonna go to Paste the Oasis a visit and go tree chopping again. For the sake of this, but at least I got a place to build here. That's all I'm taking a hope for it. I take it. I'll take it. Oh, duh. I need to start planting my shit there, I tell you. I got one torch in my hand. Okay. I gotta do some this shit. Now I need to fix that is by making pressure pads, but I gotta be careful because the mobs can actually trigger it. Oh, mothers. Let's actually get rid of that to turn against a new pick. Won't probably give me much anyways, but it's a bigger meaty boy. It's a meaty boy. It always looks weird, but it's an interesting pick here. Actually, let's do some interesting goods. But first, I think it's not going to do much anyways for level-wise. Oh, we need a part chest. Right. I hate those fucking things. But we need a chest, own right. Cause I need to store some of this shit. Again, we're just kind of hogging around like a freaking maniac, but again, I do anyways. Cause that's how I am. Okay, smeltery stuff. We will need to shove you because we're gonna make you separately. I'm shocked we got like that much out of that. Make some slimy dirt. It's gonna be fun to make some slimy tools with that. Maybe put the books away later. Put the slime away there and there. I can just make a shovel right now, but it makes the better puff. I'd rather make a shovel for that than waste a freaking thing. Waste a dark pick. I would take that though, and probably use this mixed stone because I don't want to fuck with this. Don't want to fuck with anything else before we go down to the freaking rabbit hole. Give us a shovel. I'd rather make a regular stone shovel. Just go digging. Oh yeah, I forgot how freaking weird the freaking tools were, the shovels were, right? I keep forgetting about that. I mean, it's not as you think. I just think I'm probably seeing things differently because I'm switching between modern and old and older. So that's my excuse why I see that. At least we're getting some forest, some smeltery stuff going. I keep forgetting I have like this crazier with that now. I didn't want client speak so bad it fixes that, but no, I gotta do like that. That sucks. God, man. Oh, that's a trip from the past, like motherfuckers. I'm from the United States. Bugger. There we go. It's gonna get so annoying with those. God. I work normally. I work third shift. I was off today, so that's why I'm busy streaming. I I kill this fucking boar. Fuck off. Now let's get some sand. We're gonna need a bunch of sand. I have to find some goddamn grout too. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna make another shower. I have nothing. I'm happy with what I have. If I get there, I get there. That's my mindset. About 22. My shell's about to break. I can make another one, won't I? I'm very gonna. Okay. I forgot to keep my freaking bench with me. Keep forgetting that. You should never always forget your bench. They don't take that literally. They do. No, thanks. I'm good. I'm not interested. Sorry about that. I get that freaking water's dark as fuck. I'm near a bee, that's why I was hearing the bugging. Try staying not too close to those fuckers, they will freaking hurt you. There we go, we got 2 extra ones, so we're good. That's gonna go away like crazy. Let's see. Keep eating my carrots like a freaking rabbit. Ow. There we go. We already broke their shovel already. Alright. We don't need too many things of these because we don't need much grout really. Salt though, we don't even need salt. Well, we got a bunch of flints, so we gotta worry about flint. We got gravel, we just need clay. Sooner the better we get this smeltery operational, the better. But the problem is we need to find some lava, which we are near a volcano. However, the volcano up there is willing to be tapped only one source block. Not ideal. Not ideal to get that one. I mean, we could go back to the desert where our well is and just go down that path. We could just take a long travel to get those buckets. We don't have any iron either with us, so. Because we can't go down there and just grab that if we want to, but it'll take some distance. But we need to start mining to get some lava down there. I mean, we could hijack from the goddamn village, but there's really not much in there it can give us. But let's go find some clay. One thing's too though, in early stages he's gonna be turned to EMC, which I can get just some of it about take. Where's mine is that bugging around like a fucking knuckles. We're also in a near area because we need to find some squids for ink. Those guys ain't gonna be using the show. If you wanted to go down that route, go down to Mystical Craft route. Which I do. bunny bunch of paper. There's squids down below. But they're very down below. Bug off. Bug off, you pigs. No thank you. Don't be near that fucker. I'll take this though. 'Cause I need those. I need a bunch of it. I'm sure I haven't seen any mystical craft buildings right now. You should have. He's gonna make himself a book. Find a book. Oh boy. Oh, again, never given much of mystical craft. Just exploring more of the island so we have ways to see what we can. But still, we gotta make our way anyways closer to that goddamn thing. Got the raccoon got crazy. I'll take the feathers though. I'll take what we got here, especially the feathers. Because we're gonna need feathers. For our needs for when we get to equivalent exchange stuff, but we still need to find some diamonds. And that's a bitch of a tone. You keep a freaking fucking hurts my neck because one thing that's a problem is that if I stay positioned too long or focus, my neck stiffs up and it's a pain in the fucking ass. Welcome, coon. Shut up, dear. Of course, they won't shut up anyways. Because of the deer. Don't want to kill you. Oh. Finding clay is not, I think, as simple as that, but it's really you find rivers. Which means to go on the other side, and not follow the ocean. Like I said, we're going to be traveling a lot around here. You forget I need to leave a mark at my base, because I'm going to need that. I might as well go over there to get some more palm wood. Because we're going to need some palm wood. Over there, I think there's also fruits up there we're gonna need to make a pina colada. You bastard! Bastard goat. So I need to hold on the grave key if I want to use this properly. Because tree capitator is nice, it's not good because it doesn't give me much saplings. I need saplings if we're planning to go use this wood for baiting structures. I need palm wood. Sometimes it doesn't give me palm wood anyways. I either get a fucking goat's eating my saplings, I'll be pissed. I think he's eating my saplings, and make me pissed. Oh, shut up, duck. You quacky bastard. Nope, of course not. Oh, there it is. They give me one. I swear, saplings don't even drop really as much in here. I swear to God. Oh, boar. Stay away from you fucking boar. I don't want to deal with your ass. Fuck off. You fuckers. You fucking goats. You're eating my fucking saplings. And it's getting dark out too. Yay, it's gonna be fun. I'm going to fucking dark. Just to find some fucking clay. Ugh. It's getting dark out. We're gonna see the night around here. It's not a pleasant sight. It's a cat swimming. It's not realistic, I'm telling you right now. Some cats do, yes, they do. But that was just funny. Come on, give me this fucking clay. We need these clays. 48 clay, I swear to God, there was more in there. Ugh. Can't see shite in this water. $64, I want to get a bit more. At least the shovel breaks. Then we can probably muck around with that. Trying to get too close because those fucking sides will kill me. Oh, get some clay. Keep on going the clay train because we need a bunch of. We're getting some clay. Even though it's just to make a goddamn parts that we need, there's still a few parts we still need. I know it's quite cost a bit, believe it or not. The main part is we got the freaking building all set. We got all the parts we need. We still need the other parts to move our smeltery. So we're there. We just don't have the fucking right stuff yet. You can hear the freaking frogs croaking. Croaking like they want to. Croaking on there. I don't think that's a mole wire in the water. I thought that was a snapper. Of course there's a freaking crow crawling like a freaking ass. Going down the river. That'll make us way back to base anyways. I'm just going down the river to see if we can find any edge clay. Just says one fucking block of clay. You can also get finies in by rivers. At times you can find them in oceans, but they're freaking deep down in the ground. Why is there a rat swimming? I mean, a mouse, mice, whatever. Rat and a mice. I know they're different. They're different, but still. Alrighty. I think the shell's about to break, so that's a good sign. I think we got enough clay for now. Yeah, we got enough clay now. At least that's in our batch of 12. 35. Maybe we'll do one more. I think we got enough what we need to make some grout. Oh yeah, grout. I'm at the desert beach area. Nice. Oh yeah, grout. There we go. That's definitely enough. That's definitely enough. So we got the clay. I'll make some bricks. Why are you here, boy? Why are you here? Aye. Off ya, fuck. Bug off. Do. Yep, just enough we needed. Good. Good. Give the shovel. Takes care of the fucking bastard, but I need my sword out. But oh, you can block. Yeah, you can block. There was a weird thing you can block against. You can try to block against it, else it won't do good. What did it drop? Osmium. Not gonna last. Until we got some more Osmium. Until we got some steel. Okay, time to make the way back to base. You're not getting that carrot, you goat! And of course, there's a skelly right at my fucking base. And armor! Why the hell not? Yeah, you could try to block yourself. It's not gonna do shit. Yeah, it's got too many times. Rice cake. Huh, fresh rice cake. Ah, well, shine that fucking head in the head. That's gotta hurt. Why is there a scary? Why is there a Scorpio? I don't want to be near a Scorpio. Now bug off. You bug off, pig. Don't want your fucking mug. Get out of here, you fucker. I don't want to deal with your ass. Alright, now let's make some grout. I am grout. Ah, you fuck, we got Scorpio. Fuck off! And how the fuck you hit me? I don't know how the fuck you hit me. Ugh. You just want to get fucking doors, windows. So I don't have to deal with this shit. Okay. Got some bone though. Oh, news. There we go. I am grout. Took all the sand like that with these and took gravel with you. Tell ya, it takes like a bitch. I shouldn't probably save some of that, but again, it's nice to have multiple. But I do need to go and mine some more sand again. And besides, you could do like a bunch of stuff like this. I can also keep on understanding how to use this again, because it's odd. But yeah, do all that anyways. Alrighty, let's start smelting down a stack of that iron grout. I'll keep it at today. That'll take its time. But should get start progressing, I'll start planting my sugar cane because we need paper. Oh lord, bunch of paper. Bunch of paper. Papers, please. Papers. Papers. Alright, as we're making that into that. And we'll just turn it to paper. Which was you can use to even make into stuff, but really not much. Yeah, that really is. I do need to start some plant things around near me. Don't really make a difference, but still, I'd rather have some trees growing near me. Now I'm gonna need the palm trees over there and there. I'm gonna do much, but still, it'll take time. Still need trees to be planted. Alright, so we're making again sand on progressing. I need to go do another sieve of freaking mine some sand. I still have that in my inventory. I don't know why. I'll start planting stuff too, but let's go and get some wood in here. Going on now. We need a shovel, get more sand, and also a hoe. like why I'd shove into his potato seeds, because that's from the Monkey mods required to do so. Alright, we're making rolling our carrots and potatoes. I guarantee there's gonna be some weeds. I guarantee that. That's growing, though. We got some things there. Of course, the pig just did it. But you can tell they can walk on the things and open the door. There is one. There's iron. Tabs that don't do that. There's a freaking thing behind all of that. Let's go back to the beach over there and just do some more excavating for sand. A hay bale. I'm sure I can make a hay bale into Steve, weirdly. Like I said, that's how much creativity was back in the day. Not much now you can see. Not much you can see now. I mean, there is definitely creativity. Oh, that's a fact. There is creativity out there. But to me, I think of ones you see, look into, if you go through the older ones, it's very striking for its time. That should be enough sand after these batches. I could have used the torch method, but I didn't want to. I'm about being lazy. I just want to make a shovel. What do I mean by the torch method? It's still the same, it's not as much, but what you're supposed to do is like break it and drop it, and there we go. Break it, drop it, there we go. But one thing they did a lot later on in the later versions of Minecraft, it made it more like time delay on there. If I've ever seen like timing now. But that's how the thing will work. That's how the torch method works. You just place a torch down. It does the same with gravel too. You just break down and they all come falling down, breaking. And some cereal things growing good. Let's start making all of our stuff. We got the things now. We just gotta depend on how freaking big we want to do this. Right now we need 3, make it 4. So we need that. But yeah, that's why I said we need a bunch of grout no matter what, because it's very heavy demanding. I also gotta be careful using my stone, because I need stone. No, there's no grass paths in here yet. Right. Oh, Jesus, why the Christ, why? If you don't know what's planning to do, it's grass paths. Those became a thing yet. So the old way is basically building your own path by hand. I should probably just skip the shovel. But you gotta build your path by hand. That's why gravel is always used as pathway, as you can tell from the village, and sandstone. Because that's how it was things were to build paths to your thing. Before grass paths, it was actually you have to use gravel or sandstone. You because it was just a very weird time, weird thing. But that's how you make paths in this old version. I'm trying not to use all my sand because I need sand to make the fucking glass to get this winter to go up. Alrighty, now which should I work on their smeltery? Should have kept the shovel. You got a bunch of seared stuff, so why the fuck am I doing that? I try not to aim big. Why? Because one, it takes a bunch of seared stuff, seared stone. But the bigger you go, the more you can hold. That's the painful part of this. So it's not even freaking enough anyways, so you put the tank, you put the freaking there in there. You still got 3 more to go. Ugh. Let's start playing them things down as well, since we got a bunch of it. Literally a bunch of it. Alright. You don't have to do the corners, it doesn't count. But sometimes it looks better that way, it just depends on you. And smeltery drains. Let's get some. No, let go of that. Let's go get some. Just a sandstone now. Sandstone. One thing about it of this version, you actually have to you click it to give you it. You don't do like a weird command touch. Not in this version of not enough items. Just enough. Basically saying every new version has their variant of this, and the one of this variant is not enough items. It's basically saying it's just enough items. Like I said, it was just a debacle of weird shit. It depends on what you're accustomed to. And me, well, I'm accustomed to like just enough items. I played it so many times. I've been a while since I've done that. And it's just annoying as you can get to. I'm going around with sandstone pathway for once. Shocker. But you think just me hijacking those things would do this? No. You see demand in how much this takes, and that's by making each brick from grout. You see a reason why it's a bit of a pain, no matter what. But you can get more by smelting down seared stone. And seared stone is by smelting down cobblestone into the furnace. That's what's the idea, but I don't know. I'm trying to remember how it was in the zine, but I doubt that's the same thing here. No, you have to do it by hand like that. All right. Let's keep that. Oh, give me those. I need those. Because we're going to need some light here. Hey! Got it. Go ahead and light it up here. Because I don't want to spawn up here. A little shack up here. That's just a bit of space program. Like I said, it's something else when you play these old ways. It just brings back my memories of this fucking hellhole. Just for the sake of getting the goddamn fucking into space. It's not that hard you think, but it's hard. It's not as easy as you think it is. I was like, no, compared to what we have, it's very bit rough. As we're doing like a little small little area around this small little shack around this area, especially for making mechanism parts. Alright, grout's finished. Now we got what we need. We know you smelt the glass, and that's basically bringing that down to that. And shoving the rest to there, keeping the sandstone because I brought that in. Alright, so what do we need now? We need the faucets, which is basically 4 of those. Need 4 drain faucets. We need another one. We need a glass, which would be fine. I think that's all we just need right now. It's just the glass and a bucket. Since we got literally a boatload of them. I could have done the third one I wanted, but really good one. There we go. Casting basin. All the jolly good stuff there. Sear bricks. Why are we keeping those? Because we need to make it to forge. Which we need iron blocks. Why do I have another multi-smeltery in my fucking inventory? I don't need you. I can make some proper stuff. We won't do it now. Make sharpening kits, but I think there's no sharpening kits in this one yet, do I? No. Right. What does that mean? As if you saw from playing on the older version of 1.12 version of Tinkers, we had the option to make flint stuff. We had the option to make it. But what's the problem now? 2 things now. Unlike in Tinker's Construct in 1.12, we have to worry about what we need for materials, as if for we need for the head, because the highest level is cobalt in here to mine cobalt. But that means we need to get the right to material. It doesn't tell you here what this needs to be the right material to head. But to tell you, you gotta learn how to process here. Stone is still stone, iron's iron, diamonds to get your diamond stuff. But you need to pay attention down here. Obsidian's the highest tier, but not really good tier, as you can tell. But mine level is up tier. You need to pay attention to this in 1.7.10, because that determines what you're mining.
unlike in 1.12, you had the option to make shader sharpening kits. Sharpening kits means you can upgrade the mine level. That doesn't exist in here. You need to go and get obsidian from the obsidian tier. That's what we get. Cobalt's the highest tier. Redstone is basically mining diamond level. You can just make iron pick for that anyways. Because level 2, it's like that. Like I said, it's like a bunch of shit. But what if I'm planning to do what I'm going to do is use slime, and that's not good at all. Why? Because of the mine level. It's not good at all. Durability though, I'm trying to remember if like durability is either tied to parts or is it tied to just solid state as is. If that means we're consistently gain 12,000 durability right at the gate. That's what I'm trying to remember. But to make slime mud, you need dirt and sand to make slime mud, which we have. Which of course we smoked down. Down in there. Oh, God. Oh, it hurts. But when we can, we need to make the right tools. That's the problem here. To get the reason why we need the smeltery is to smelt down the blocks of the ores, precisely dark steel. Why? Because we cannot make the head. Because we need to smelt it down, right? Or at least not available. That's why you always gotta pay attention. So dark steel cannot be made, as I said. You need to follow what Tinkers allows you to, and this version is very limited. Unlike the 1.12 version. It can let you smelt down into coppers, tin, aluminum, raw, bronze, aluminum, brass, alumite, steel, slime crystal, and then some. You gotta pay attention to the heads. So we got deerstone, electrum, iron, flint, cactus, bone, obsidian, netherrack, slimy pick, paper, cobalt, ardite, malleolum, copper, and we have alumite, steel pick, slimy pick, pig iron, unstable something, bedronium, envar, and magical wood and wooden pick. Those what the awesome tools we have for Tinkers is in this version. So if we want to go and get what we need to get iron. But to get iron to smelting, we need to get iron itself. As you get the idea. Because unlike I was saying earlier, this is just extended stuff. So this pickaxe skin is what we need right now. That's why you always gotta have those other things. Other than that, you'd be busy doing normally until you get the right proper gear. Does not make sense, but it will. And as of right now, we got what we need to start make a seer tank, which we can now make the smelter, but we need iron. And over there's no iron things for iron, so we can't make the bucket right away. So we need to go into the mine and find some iron until we start do so, because now it's active. As you've seen before, this is what's active. Unlike it doesn't tell you what it can hold, because it does not. So you don't know how much it holds. As you can tell here, white glass is not connecting. That's because I don't have the right one. The right mod for that. Reason why is because of Ender.io. Ender.io doesn't agree with it in this version. So that's why it's like this. But now we don't have to worry about being invaders in our house. No. So it's time for us to go chop some more wood down and also get some more ready before we start our mine adventures. Because we're going to need all the help we can get. Because we're going to be down there for a bit. And depending on how time goes, it probably won't be just down there. Probably get as far as to getting to... far as to getting to... like, probably at least the first smelter, I guess, smelting tool. At best. So trying not to make too many promises at all. should be enough of the trees we need for now. How much wood? We got 28 wood. Leo, you don't get much freaking wood much anymore. I swear. Ah, gotta move away, you creepy ass fucking bear. I didn't mean to freaking vein mine that. Ah, fucker. It's the durability on the axe because of that. Which sucks. It can be repaired, but I don't think this can be repaired with this. As I try to keep it very minimal. That's why you don't get that much iron, some wood you don't get anyways compared to freaking now. Try again. Snake over here. Let's finish on my freaking food first. Mm-hmm. 46. I think it should be fine for what we need for now. Let's build some more trees around. Alrighty. Alright, we should be fine and set. Make it start digging, just make a show. Nah, I'll go do it by fist. Let's see. I think that's all we can do right now before we start making our mine. And where we're gonna mine, that's a good question, but I'm probably just gonna make a path. Alright. So we're gonna start digging around here. Okay. Let's get the digging in. Well, sucks it's gonna affect our pathing later, but we could just go around and just do like that room, but I think we'll be fine. I'll try to make this even anyways. Try not to make it even at least, but I bet you will make it even no matter what. It's annoying. Alrighty. Down we go and deep into the mine we go. And I basically begin our long and painful adventure of mining. Because it's Minecraft after all. It's Minecraft. And I kept torch in my freaking inventory. There's certain quartz. It's not going to be much useful in this version at all for us. That's when we go deep into down the freaking planet. It just sticks. But it's an ore nonetheless. And we found chisel marble too. Yay. I think I'll put a couple in there. Because this gets used to make a regular pickaxe from applied logistics. But really not much you can do about them, but by doing it makes it crush dust. But like I said, you really can't make much of it. What we have compared to how we did before in 1.12. Because right now we don't doesn't exist to us. I'm shocked diorite added for chisel from chisel. Shocker. Don't know why that came in. Give me some of that and that. Because we get aluminum and art bites to dust and copper. So I still have that installed, it's just what's called differently. Also, there's actually a texture for it too. Shocker. That's why it's a bit more brighter. That's why it's a bit more brighter, not like too much of it. Like if I do a grindstone, is way either I turn it to dust though. But either way, you smelt it no matter what is by smelting it. So let's go this route now. There's coal finally. That's a big coal vein there. You just hear the casual the walls tumbling around. We also can see the reason why 1.12 is the most modded one. Because it was actually a much more dead area, but also because of the big mods went to it and also stayed there. But along with had the simple operation, simple little things that made it much more quality. However, as time went away, it did not grow well, and that's when he started pushing out to 13 updates. The point 13 updates, and to the 14, and then now what we know what's going on now. But as you also can tell why there's like no immediate caves appearing. I tried to look for it, but I didn't find any. I didn't find any related ones like it. Painfully so. Because that was not involved in this one. That's why there's the normal way how we mined. You think the caves were all a thing? Nope. What we basically did is basically mine down to 12 and just basically strip mine until you found a cave by chance. Because caves in these were very small and freaking like not even active at times. as you can see from the map itself, if you could, it's very small though. That where I am, there's like not a huge gigantic cave, it's just all small little ones near not even close. And now I got some issues with gravel now. Yay. We're not going further than that though. Get rid of that. There's a shove limestone down there, and you get rid of it too. Look, I finally found some iron finally. I found some iron finally, we can start smelting properly. So we found 6 iron ore. We can actually start making buckets, start progressing on the seared stuff. We can, but what the problem is, I need to know. I want to freaking have a good pickaxe head, and that means I need to find some proper ore. Let's use iron. At times, when you learn to need to stop, mind you don't consistently keep on mining over and over the same ores. That's when you learn like balance it. I don't need it anymore. You stop. That's in your way. Says we still got many ways to go mining too. We're not even the right leveling. Oh, I found some uranium. One thing about it, if you got more mods you add, the reason why it's not textured is because there's no thing with this. So my current pickaxe, as you can see on top, harvest level is redstone. And so we need to grab like that. If you ever pay attention, I just saw that now. That's basically explaining what mining tools I need to start mining proper stuff. And here is uranium. Uranium can make a compressor to uranium rods for some reason. Uranium rods, I think it's pretty used for something else, but it doesn't fully tell you as much as just enough items, but that's when you start working down that path. we found nuclear craft, which is installed. It's not the proper texturing. It's 1.7.10 really, and also we're at the early stages of it, so there's not much you can do. Oh, oil! We're near oil. Oh, yay. Gotta be careful when we're mining. If you heard, that's just... Before early days, that's what you heard while you're busy mining consistently. I don't have anything really special about that. Made more ambience to it anyways, but really, there's not much you can do about that. But we're also near oil, which means I really need to deviate. Because where we are now, we're at level 27. You can't really see it because how my things on my screen is. 27 is not in the close. We need to get down to level 12. How do I know this? It's by year experience and also listen to old YouTubers. Before we what we know now at that certain levels where we are going. Before it was just not that even deep. You didn't have deep dark at all. Actually, it was a freaking additional from the mod. Actually, utilities had a deep dark dimension, which is actually made much more terrifying. We found some more. We found orange granite ore. So I do have a power armor mod, but again, it's also under like Volt's engine. I never really knew why, but alright. Holy hell. Well, there's this. He's got cobalt right away. Cobalt or shocker, that's actually cheap, plus every knows. It just hurts me that nuclear craft's not really textured much well in here, but again, it's also pretty much of that. So what do you even do? By smacking with a hammer and stone chisel, I get orange granite gem. Granite gem apparently is used to make that into a horn granite gem. It's just basically Mako jewelry. Which is basically used for something, I think, just for freaking weird ass shit. So overall, this actually is junk. That's why you say always pay attention to what you're doing. But right here, we got freaking cobalt right here. That's the one thing you gotta note. With multiple mods, it has different ores. Different ores means other ores possibility. What we got there was cobalt early on. That means we can actually make a cobalt pickaxe, which is very early. And we have a higher tier. Why is that? Simple, really, because how simple is because programming error. Programming, really. And also how the mods work. That's all really not much into depth how depth it goes, because the mod I used to get those chunks you saw, because there's so many same ore, it converts into one. And that gave me cobalt. And cobalt's made for the nether. It's an annoying little process, but like I said, this is how old voice Minecraft was how things were. So we got cobalt. We should make a cobalt again, which we're going to do. Once we get down to level 12, that's where my main goal is to end this here. We're going to get down to level mining 12 to go strip mining. Oh, nice, we have gravel. Oh, yay. Alright. So we got some free 4 cobalt right away. Which is used to make that space. But now we got some free cobalt. Yes. Alright, now to this area. As you can tell, we have gravel coming around. So this is when the tool is used. Just gets rid of that. mine that early. Hey, manzanite ore. Is that gem? Is that a gem? Yep, it's a gem. What the fuck? That's useless to me. Always pay attention. Because you have to deal with that stuff. As we tell, we're very deep here. Because of that. I can mine the gold right at the bat when I'm at. It's dark down here. Oh, redstone. Well, we are not going too freaking deep in this fucking hole. This how freaking mods work like this. Cave mining, because if you keep following the same path, oh, there's more ores. You keep mining, you get lost in your deep-ass cave. That's why you gotta learn Plastic One and stop when you need to. Whatever that was, I heard someone. I don't like hearing that. We're at level 12, 20. We need a few more levels, mine levels down. We got quite a bit with us, so that's good. More cobalt. There we got enough tin now, don't we? We got a bunch of gold. Yeah, we got a stack of tin. We don't even go more than that right now. Alright, pickaxe are halfway done. I'm taking this cobalt with me. It's free cobalt, which is actually good high-end material to grab. And since we're down here, the reason why I say that, because let me show you. That's the wrong book. Materials. But cobalt. Cobalt right here only found in the Nether, which is very rare, hard to find. It has a durability of 800, which is not as bad, but it multiplies the multiplier. It has once a full cobalt tool, it had that much there. But it gets straight to cobalt, which is basically the highest mining level you can get for any of your tools. Mining speed of 14, which is actually faster. And all that. But what makes it different between the next tiers? Because when getting these two cobalt and ardite, you need to be cobalt level mine. So how do we cobalt level mine? Well, how originally it's supposed to go is that you need to find alumite in this version. Before, you can in 1.12, as you remember seeing, you can make obsidian sharpening kit and turn any tool into a cobalt level. But with this, to get to cobalt level, you need to make alumite. Alumite's been long gone since this version. Well, alumite is the next tier you require to mine to cobalt level, which you can use to go to the Nether. Not as powerful, but it's decent for what it is, and also nice price in pink. However, to get alumite, you need to mix some things with this. Molten alumite is by mixing this right here, as you can tell from here. It's by getting aluminum, iron, and obsidian. Alumite. That's why you need to get those. That's why aluminum's in here right away. But after 1.12, it doesn't exist anymore. Only just exists cobalt and iron. It exists cobalt, ardite, and malleolum. Unless you get a taiga or a med, more tinkers which add higher tier stuff, but that's the own thing. But as I'm saying, this is how you usually got cobalt level first. It's by either having mods like Galactus Space to give you cobalt ore, or by mixing the smeltery way, give you alumite. But since we have multiple mods, we don't have to worry about that because we have already cobalt right away. So that makes us skip a tier process. Like I said, it's how it was back in the day. You really can't say much about it. That's more tin. Like I said, only mine tin if it's in your way now. Because then we give us extra stuff in our spot. I'm getting rid of that. Best viewers, fuck all. We are at 14. A few more, and then we're at level 12. And I'll show you the process of getting smeltery works. And now, we're at level where I'm staring is level 12. So we just do this, this, and this. Now, like I said, we haven't found any cave at all. You got lucky enough if you did, you got a cave in the olden days. Or find it at the gate. But no, caves were not as finally much grabbed as you think. So how we originally do it, you just basically strip mine. But some people do like the one way, do 2 ways. It depends how you mine. But reason why, because we make a hammer, makes it much easier. However, doing 2-way, because I can go have more room. But now we're at level 12. That means anything can be possible for us. But as you see, there's no caves near us or anything. Like I said, you barely got a cave in older Minecraft versions until now. That's why much mods add a bunch of caves. And now let's go and move on. Electrolyte. Electrolyte is used for Project Red, Project Core, Project Red, or Project Core. This is used to make a bunch of stuff for electrolyte iron compound, which is basically smelted down to that. The iron compound is basically used to make all of red power stuff. Or is part of it. And I got more gems over there, which I don't want to fuck with. I got redstone. You can find some diamonds in this, that'll be very great. But now, since we're doing this now, we can actually make our torches a bit wider. Why? Because we smack a hammer, we break that right away. And in our inventory, I got a bunch of coal right there I can use to make more torches, but that's what we're gonna do. Make some more torches. And we're gonna mine the redstone and go back up to the surface. After we do this shit. What is this? Well, that's from Nuclear Craft, which is basically something else for manganese oxide. That's a bigger detail thing, so we go deeper to that. later. Now let's go and back to the surface. Torch. Alright. Now make our endless way back up. I need to make a freaking point of transport so I can teleport there, but I thought they existed. Good. But now, that's how it works with our mine. Now we have cobalt, we actually make a better tool now. After I climb my way, all my way up. And it's night out, which is always grand. My neck out. And now I'm making our chest so I can move you up. Alright, shove our ores there now. Enough for coal, which is good. Oh, there we go. Now we should do this too. We just break it in half. And then shove it right there. Gravel, bunch of cobblestone, we turn it into compressed cobble. Now we got all the two parts we need to start everything up now. And now we'll start smelting down some iron, but we need to make a bucket. But we're actually gonna wait on that because one, we're gonna need a bucket to smelt to get double our ores. You'll see why, if you've not noticed. Because as that progressively smelts iron, we make a bucket. And we're not near any means to get a next tier, but we can now make slimy mud. Geoblue slime's the only way you can find is by making this. Or finding it, but I doubt you can find it in this version. It's enough for 4, which is not ideal. No. We're into that, and slimy mud. That's why I need to go camp at those freaking slime islands. So you can actually get more of the blue slime, because it's very, very valuable to get right early on. Yeah, I was used to have it, but now I'm more into this, so we actually gotta do it this way. No sandstone. Why the fuck have sandstone in my hand? Dumbass. I want to test that theory now again. Since I have right here, I'll just test this theory. Give me that freaking dirt. Nope. Okay, good. Shove you back. Alright. There we go. Slimy mud. There goes to the bucket. Boy, we can make refined iron. That's when industrial craft comes in. That's when we need a bunch of iron. Now, let's go to take a little walk. Let's take a little walk so we can actually get some lava going. Actually, more of a sprint any means. There's another jack-up bear. I keep forgetting I need to make a goddamn fucking marker. Ugh.
them at Ender. Enderman's dead. There, he'd have to do this, have to hike my ass to get lava. There we go. I would take a freaking lava bucket with me back. We're going to use that for later. Alright. Let's make a quick back boat again and not destroy it. Because it will destroy, because these other boats were made back then. I should find yourself a boat. Sure, and then I get this fucking rank wrecked. Now let's travel, finally. And I'll later kill these squids later. I mean, I could right now actually think of it. I need to get their ink. I need their ink. There you are. I can missed you. There we go, yeah, no more of those. Good. At least we can start working on mystical craft. If I can make it without drowning. Woo! Let's grab up back. Because I wanted to keep this up so I could just show you what mystical craft is before we call it here. And make a long paddling way home. Personally, should have took the boat more, but I didn't want to. Of course, the pig decided to smack and shrek my boat. now we can actually start smelting properly. And now we have this, we can actually start with cobalt. To get that, we need proper gold or aluminum brass. Aluminum brass is made by copper and aluminum. But before we go that route, let's go to Mysticraft. Because Mysticraft, well, this is where the fun one is. Mysticraft's always been a fun one. You know, so you make your own little pocket worlds.
Basically, best to explain. However, some can be good, some can be bad, and also give you debuffs or good buffs at times. But it's also a nice way to do like multiple worlds in one, and also exportation if you go that route. So what does that mean for us? How do we make it? You need to make an ink mixer. An ink mixer is what we need to start our progress, which requires smelt stone and wood planks in a glass bottle. Glass bottles like that. Since we have the stone, we can take the gems, and we can take these guys like so. Now the gems we use for our tinker tools later. As us making that down, we need to make a glass thing. We just have enough glass, thankfully. We also need to make a bunch of ink bottles with this. I'll explain that later. Now we got the parts. Ink, which is basically waiting for the stone. We can make the ink book binding, which basically is our iron and wood again. Basically smelting down iron again for our wood. But one thing's true though, you always need to use some. But by doing this, you are risking a bunch of shit right now. I'm just saying that. Before I do, make a waypoint. Because I keep on fucking forgetting. So now the iron should be finishing up, or starting to do so. We're getting our stone properly done. We're going to need that for our next objective, but that's when we get diamonds if we continue on our adventure of merry ways. Alright. And let's do this properly. Which is basically this. And book binding. And now we wait for our stone. We get our stone. We need to make one more. We need to get that. And the glass. Ink mixer. Alright. Okay, so we got all the parts we need. It's simple. We need ink, which means we need the ink and also need the bottle, which requires to get some of that bottles. So we can use the ink to do so, but you need it. Because why? Because we need to mix it with the glass to get ink in the bottle. And this is where we create our books. You always have to name it. That's how it goes, but it requires leather. That's the reason why I need leather. And we're going to do this in the day because it's going to get tricky. What we're planning to do. We need pages, which means we need that. So while our ink should be ready now, right? As I said, we have 14 ingots of thing. As you can tell, we started with 7 ingots, and now it doubles to 14. You see where this is going? By getting the smelter early, you can actually double your ores. But with this mod mode village, it makes it more easier, which I want to get rid of. But the more ores you collect, say like 10, goes up to 20 in the smeltery. You see? But for our explain before we go that route, I need to go to get all the parts for our paper. Because it needs paper, needs water, and then some. So fill with 2 waters. And now we gotta put this like this. And it should be something like that, or something correct. Because to get ink, you need to make it into the ink sac. Oh, yeah, I remember now. It needs 2. Reason why is these 2 each. Right there. It needs 2 each of ink sacs to give you anything. Thankfully, it has to have EMC, but that's when we get to a point later. That's why you need a kill mix ink sacs. That's how you get this part. Now, since we got the ink, we can shove it in here. Now it's full of ink. But there's a issue. We have a little pig pal here. is that we need paper. And paper is where this gets interesting. So 6, right there. Okay, now we got a linking panel. As you can tell, that's how much ink it takes. But since we're doing this early, we don't need that's infinite. We need to want to give ourselves half of this, because I'm not getting more than that. Because we need multiple of these, and I think one more as well. Because it takes a bunch of paper and a bunch of ink to make what we're making. Okay, so we got the linking panels. What does that mean? Well, 1, you need leather now. We need 2, reason why, because we shoved it right here. This is where you create your book. See the pages on my screen? You find those in libraries or in the Mystical Book Library world or in the village. This is where you create your own word how you want it. However, there's also a writing desk or something like that, but it's really not much in here. There is a writing desk that lets you store pages, but also make your own, which is a bit iffy, but never got that far in that. So we got the page. We only need leather. Leather is like so. Okay, we got the page, but we need to name it. As it's like so, see? Okay, there we go, book I. Make it I because it's first. Need that? Need this. That can be random. Answer random right now. But we need this. Unlinked book. And another one. Why? Because as you can read the attachment, if not, well, it's one-way trick. That means if you go through it, you ain't coming back. Unless you have a linking book. That's why it uses a lot of bits you make traveling around space. As we get to that point. But for our needs right now, we need to do this. Book stands. Because the way to do this, we can make one for back home and also back at the library. And have the book be whatever. So we're showing that there. Okay, so now we got here, let's make this. So if they look emptywhere, right click. There we go. It's over to the overworld. That's your way back. But now, since we want to find the library, we need to link that book to that location and take it and come back with us. As you can see how this goes. That's from personal experiences. But now, let's begin our adventure. And I'll tell you if this crashes or not. Alright. And also, if we do this, we'll be traveling a bit more longer. Before we do that, we need to start working on proper stuff. That means basically getting all stuff. So let's make some lemon brass and begin our tool process of like patterns, which means we need a bit more of sticks. Let's make it 5. 20 of those, and we need to get more 6 of these in and start doing this. There we go. This is where we get all the tools. And that's where we're going to be able to make all the parts. As you can tell, you actually have to take it, put them in your thing. As you can see from that. So we need that, tough. We got the pickaxe head, the shovel head, we got that. We don't have the hammer head. The excavator head. The bold axe head. The large plate. And we need a wide guard. We have a wide guard on here. We have a full guard. We have a wide guard handle. So we will shove those in here. Because we have a hand guard, don't we? We have a hand guard. Yep. So don't need that. We don't need wide ones. Crossguard don't need. We need a bolt later. We need that. Fletching. A bow limb. And we need a bowstring. We have a longer crossbow, which was used for a lot of stuff, but we don't need that. A shuriken, like a bunch of stuff here. Oh, this is how much was originally was for Tinkers. That's much it. But now since that's in, it's now in here. And now we need the parts. That's why we need to make this. However, before we do it, we need to make aluminum brass, which we need not too much of this, but roughly like freaking 4. You'll see why. And 8. If you do not see why or why, because this is how it is. To get everything parts, we need casting. That is from copper or aluminum, which makes aluminum brass. Or you can make it from gold, which takes 2 each. Like I said, it's a bunch of process. But this should give us a start on what we need for our pickaxe head, which I want to show. So you don't need to see me going through all of it anyways. We got a free binding for free from a slime one. First I want to make for another one for a better blue slime one. Which to do that, you grab this gem you made and put it into the part chest, which is basically blue slime, handle modifier and all that such. Base default is that. Oh, that's this way. Yeah, my bad. It's basically like a pain in the ass, but when we do so, you need the tool binding thing. Unlike another one, you get a slime shard. Shards are just byproducts. There we go. Because the slime takes 0.5. That's why you build up the shards to make 1. Back in the day, it was much more chaotic. And make 1 is actually 1 ingot. Before. So I got a slime binding tool, but now so we need 2 rods, or 2 rods anyways. Which gives you a stick and a wood tool. That's what we need to make our tool. As you get the idea what I'm doing here, that's what we're doing. But we're gonna make an axe head, so that is gonna be first before we do anything else. Which is basically the first casting of everything. We can make a casting or this one as well, but as you can tell, it's a bit more challenging. And make a tool rod. Gives it a shard because it takes a shard. And we do that, get rid of that, take this with me. There we go. Now that's that, but we're going that much further into that detail because you get the gist. You see me do it in the other versions. So we're just gonna make this quick. Shove it there. And now we have some copper nuggets. And we have aluminum brass, which is what we need, and nuggets. What we need is a brass, so we shove it there, right click, and voila. It takes the casing with you, but actually destroys it, so you can cast it, keep it. That's a bit ironic part. I should realize that. But there we go. Take it. And the new one, it destroys it. So we're gonna need that for the casting. There we go. Now we got the casting head. Give it the pickaxe head. Now we can make the molten copper. Molten cobalt comes down into there. Very not much detail as you can tell, but that's how it was. Voila. Now we want to get rid of this other stuff, which means we need a nugget. And now we got the tool stuff, but before that, I want to show you how we create the tools. And it's simple. Click the tool parts. You need all the trouble we have. We got done, so we shove it right. In a certain order, doesn't automatically do it. You have to do it like that, but there we go. Slimy and reinforced. Doesn't tell the durability, which sucks, but that's how this works. But there we go. We got a better pickaxe right now. Doesn't tell you what we have because that's in the other one, but you can tell by going shoving it in here. That's how you would do so. And when to add more stuff to it, you add to it like as such. But this tells us it has 800 durability. Which that means we need parts. We have like 3 modifiers. That's it. Let's level it, but I don't know how that works there. But that's it. 3 basic modifiers. That's why you want to get paper. Paper gives you a chance for 4. But how to increase it is by making modifiers, and that's basically finding these things as such. As we look in the Tinkers, as usual, there's all the parts, but you can find these right here. Only by creative or by chance. That's how you increase your modifiers. That's it in this version. There are some toolbox, but I doubt it exists in this. But that's how you get your modifier creative tools. Only expelled by creative. That's how you increase your modifiers. And the modifier is either by chance or something like that. But overall, that's much how you get your things here. And that's how the basic of this old Tinker construct is. Bit more hard, bit more confusing, but that's how it is. Oh, it hurts my voice. Talk about that. But yeah, that's how we get our next tier up tier tools. That means we got pickaxe and all that stuff. And we can add modifiers we can we want, but we're not going to do that. Why? Because we got a thing. Because we got things we needed. So we got the casting, we got all that set up, we got things we needed. We should be all set and ready. Because I got this pickaxe tool, we don't need to talk anymore about that. Now let's go end this properly. Take a snoozer, shove it in here. There, and now let's take a voyage into our world here. And this will tell you what Mr. Craft does and how freaking awesome it is, but also dangerous as it is. So you click on this and do that. It's now loading into the world. So you gotta bear in mind the waiting long time because it takes a bit loading time. There we go. And here we are. Into a frickin' void. By the looks of it. I pray to God not. That's a bad one. Or I think it is. Because Biome's Planet, this is the reason why issue is here. It's a weird thing. But now it's consistently night here. I don't know if it's like there's like a void below or not, but it's a void world. That's why Mr. Craft's a bit issue-y right here. Reason why is because how it is. How it's supposed to go is that you're supposed to spawn into a world, but we don't have anything. It's random, but also it's based on generation. Generation, as I'm going to tell you, is because of Biomes O' Plenty. If you're in default, you will get something, but Biomes O' Plenty, it's not as simple. Then why to have this though? It can still be usable. You just need to find the right pages to generate your world. So how do you find that? Well, if you're in this world, you can make this into whatever you want. You can make it to a base wherever you want and get out of here. But for us, we're looking for a particular thing, and that is a library. So where would be that? Before I make this, I gotta make a waypoint. It's basically exploring around the Find, in which we're basically walking into the void of space of nothing can be found here. We're basically looking on a map until we find like a certain structure, spawnage. But as you can tell, it's not really good. We're still in the void. We're actually at a regular level, so it actually is not low or high. It's anything. Right there. There it is. And Slime Island too. So how this works, you either find the Slime Island, which is that, or find this structure. Which is right below me. Right above me. No, there it is. Right here. There it is. See, since it's a void world, it can spawn random shit, and it happened to spawn a nether fortress. That's where all the mobs are spawning. Which is where you want to go. But for us, we either to find the right island or friggin' find below, because this is where the things is. What we need. So either it's like either high or low. That's the sucks part of this. Alright, moment. Straight to the void like hell. But we don't want that. And sometimes you can't even see it. Not going extreme heights. That's not what we're looking for, though. Whatever it be. Almost fall to my death there. We're going back to the surface because we need to look for a particular area. This area is just not a good example because there's nothing here. Okay, we're back at 60, level 60. There we go. Oh, there it is. That's just the fucking moon, but not. So what are we heading to? We don't know, but we're finding something. Structure ruin, huh? Oh well, witchery stuff. Jesus, what a waste of time. Alright. But it's not the right thing we're looking for. Not at all. What we are looking for is a freaking library in this void. It's coming day here too, so you can see it, but still void. And now I basically just keep on exploring until we find a better library, basically. This is like I told you, it's not a good example, but this is what you basically do in your world, unless you have a ground to step on. This is what you basically are doing. Or building whatever you want in the void, whatever you please. We found another mine or something spawning there. Oh, zero, so. Another fortress. You keep trying to get until you find a nearest library too, but that's more of a time waster than anything. Yeah, that's like another fortress in the void. There it is. Okay. After you're traveling like some distance, usually roughly 1,000, past 1,000 or something, you find this right here. This is your main thing right here. Any of these void worlds, he has a library. A library has all of these. Dirty fluid water, dirty infected water block. You have a huge biome distribution, eternal rain, and Million Biome, etc. What are these? Are pages. These are used to help you create your world. And that's why you always put things near it. However, since it's a void world, it's really not going to be much of a good thing. Waste of damn. But why? Because there's always a chest in each of them right here. This will have more pages. Sometimes I have a folder, but I doubt the folder exists in this version. But no, you can find folders. These will have, portfolios have the things in it. They can only respawn in these libraries. Unless you find it by a village, well then you have that. But these things will tell you what to find. And here we don't have any. We only have a clear modifiers, teal color, forest hills, biome. Now that is what we need to do to make another book. An accelerator and free ink. So we're going to do another example of that. We'll only take that page with us. Because this is just a void of empty, but that's just to test something. But again, we'll take a medium biome distribute, but that's much it. It's not very good around here anyways, because how the things are here. So that's what you usually find in these libraries. It's not exciting, it's also very suck. That's when you create these books to use and to get out of here by linking an overworld and all of that such. So we will shove it, put some torches on here. Because do I even bother coming back here? No. Use the link book. This is to I. We want this here. And we'll put that away. And voila. We're back. And you get the gist how this works. But once you get the book, and once you get everything you want in that location, you put the list with the linking book. As such, you get to go back and forth with these. This is the reason why you need 2 linking books over space, but that's how that works. But that's how Mystical Craft should work. But we just had a bad example for that. And overall, that's very much going to talk about that, but I'm going to do one more just to test something. Because like I said, because of generation of biomes so plenty is the issue. Why? It's an issuing. So we get rid of that, we get rid of the book. Actually no, we're just going to shove it somewhere we don't want to bother. So we're not totally fucking lost. I'm just going to shove it into a corner of our books, but there really is not worth a damn to go do that again. Which basically that, which we're going to do as such. Make a new overworld book. Give yourself a new one. And now, how we would do this? Well, you need a linking panel. From what I understand how this works, you put this here, and the biome how you want to organize the world. It's weird, but it's how it's supposed to work. I don't know why, that's just how it's been. So the front page, we want to put always the front, hill biome, and medium biome distribution, whatever you want to put it. We're calling it 2. Or actually, we'll just call it hill book for some reason. Hill book. And we just need leather to do it again. And there we go. Hill book. Repeat the process, and pray to God it works this time. And we spawn to this weird shit. Eternally dark in here. Ooh, darky. Very dark in here. Spawn to your death. Just like I said, it's because of biome like there. Here we go. This is supposed to work like this. Because how it's biome so plain evolved, this is supposed to how to work. You get this. You thought frame has been issuing, but this is how you're supposed to happen. Right here. This is how it's supposed to be, besides the void. It can be random, like I said, that's why you need to find one of those pages if you can find a chance in the village or not. But, as you can tell, we have a place right here, and it's busy trying to load all this shit in. But the one thing you gotta worry about is the set effects that can happen on you. I don't know what's involved in this version, but there's actually some debuffs that can happen in these books. And right now, we're in an interesting little world this one we can use. Pardon me. It hurts my voice like I'm fucking doing this. Now, reason why I say that, because one time you can have, like say, you can have a clear sky, but once it turns morning, you're burning to death. And mods have a boost or not, but this is how it's supposed to be like this. It will generate random worlds, you can explore, conquer, or do whatever you want with them. That simple. But also there's sometimes either eternally darkness or freaking day. Reason I'm just going looking around easily because of this. Because how things are in this thing. Because you have like a good biome, you have a good generation, but you have a horrible debuff. That's why it's much more enjoyable with this. But in actuality, it depends how you find it. As in our current state, this is an FPS hawker. Now I basically just gotta find a goddamn fucking library. You know, generation is so horribly generating because it doesn't like to spawn streaming. But it's just basically the idea of how freaking Mythocraft works and why it can be very enjoyable. It's freaking ridiculous how you can chop down those gigantic trees like crazy. So what are we looking for? Like I said, is to find a library again. It can be anywhere, it can be very far, it can be very close, anywhere. Once you find it, then you're able to get more stuff exploring. Which is where I'm going to end this stream if we find our library and hope to find a sealed portfolio. Because we did well with this stream. Depends also to what you add to the book, the harder it freaking generate genders, as you can tell. Sometimes you also find some interesting crystals as well. And sometimes you can find some areas where water is like a resource lake thing below. I found a water spot, which is shocking. But it can be very bad for you anyways, but since we're in Cradle, we can't really tell. But as you can tell, it's basically hard to try to process all of this shit, man. There's a temple over here. And that's where other ruins come in handy. If you have like a bunch of like ruin-related mods, they can spawn those guys in here too. And this is not a tower by Natural Mythocraft. This is from a ruin mod separately. But that's its own thing. But where you can go is go down and explore. But we're not going to explore this one. Why? Because it's not part of the mod I'm trying to show you. That's our own thing. There's like a spawn little islands here. Like I said, anything can spawn naturally in here. It just depends what your foundation is if you get lucky. Because they have a witching house right at the big gate already. They tell it's busy trying to hog all because how much people are generating. But as you can tell, it's not an easy generation because This is what happens when you have mousy mobs and a bunch of other mob-related ones. It's gonna cause some major issues. If not properly set up. Set up properly, now it depends on your graphics card. You can still run, as you can tell. But since we're streaming, it's a bit harder. But it's basically what you do in Mystical Craft, whatever you want in your world, and make sure it has a foundation. And make sure you're not being hit with goddamn debuffs. And do whatever you want. How far are we? Roughly 60 miles, like I said. Like I said, depends how fucking miles it goes. As you can tell, you have that type of world. You have 2 moons. So that means this is eternally in darkness. What you basically find is trying to find a library enough. But as you can tell, the FPS is busy cranking for the computer to handle this. That's why Mr. Craft is also a bit loved, but also freaking laggy as a motherfucker. Depends how much you go nuts in your book, you'll regret trying to run it. Then you have some weird worlds where they just come down and freaking like crash on you. It's so weird. Like I say, if you can't find it, then just go back to your spawn point or find it somewhere and use the book to go back, then take it with you again, repeat. Sounds like it shows medium biome disruption, that's why it's putting a whole bunch of freaking world biomes in this fucking hell. As you can tell, just from that spawn, we're like this fucking far. There's like an enemy witch there for once. That's an enemy witch. You tell because she's in texture. But right here, you saw that debuff on us poisoning us, or we just encountered. So that means either we got hit by that or what. But what that means, either you're near that fucking Scorpio, that's the reason why giving us poison, or that you can't be in the sun. So let's test the theory. There we go. Okay, so if you're under shade, something like this, it gives you flavor out. Like so. We get the debuff. This is the reason why I'm warning you about. So that tells you where that spawn is, you need to be in cover. Or as just the freaking sunlight itself. That's part we don't know. But as we could tell, we're getting apparently poisoned eternally. Or not. Yep, we are. So that means if you're in the open, you're not in shade, you'll be poisoned consistently. To counteract, you have to build a find and better structure beyond the leaves of the trees so you don't die. That's why you can find immunity enchantments, but those don't exist. Wish they would. It would be easier, but no. But as we can tell, I think we can't find the library in the current state of the processing. At least I can't. So we're actually going to go back to the spawn and retreat. Teleport back. make a makeshift gun and cover. Well, it could be us that we're also not even near like some certain areas. Like some biomes have like a. Apparently over there is poison over there. You go deeper, you go that far. You get the poison effect over there. Could be that too. Did not realize that. That's why Mr. Craft's a bit questionable. And now basically just go and cover our heads up. And we do that. Shove everything in here. And we'll make a new linking book too. Think of that through. Which you could, but we don't need to since we are not that far from spawn. Really. But if you did in the library, then use that. But no. So you put it there, shove it, and voila. But yeah, you can tell it's a bit of a pain. Now we're back into our world. And now, since you did this, I always recommend making a sign. Because it tells you what you got experienced so far, or whatever you call it. So let's see. Eternal Night. Poison. Sky. Basically, I always recommend doing that because why? Because if you plan to go if people go and make multiple books, you can get very confused which one's which, and yeah. But it says Eternal Sky, Eternal Night, and Poison Sky. That means it'll be eternally night there, and it's Poison Sky. That's how you would tell that way. But anyways, guys, that's gonna be enough of what today. We did well for a 4-hour-good stream. Then it was busy. It's nice exploring the old ways of Minecraft. Though we didn't get much done besides busy exploring again, which I hated. Sorry about that. But we got some. Did some explain how old Minecraft world works compared to 1.12. The most ones mostly used for mods. It's a bit different. But anyways, guys, if you guys like this, leave a follow and subscribe. See you next time. Bye.